trophy ko doon na natanggap yung nung fiancé ko ngayon na si Dayan. Parang syempre ang daming tao nag-propose ako sa stage. Pag humindi yon, ang daming pahiya ako noon. Pero yun na yung pinakamasaya nangyari sa akin, isa sa pinakamasaya nangyari sa akin season 9. Nung napawa ko yung girlfriend ko. Tapos ito na guys, season 10, season 11, back-to-back top 8. Awit guys, mahirap siya tanggapin pero kailangan. Sabi ko nga kay Miss Mara guys, hanggat may MPL, hanggat pinagkakatiwalaan ng TNC, pipilitin ko mapa-champion ng TNC. Kasi sila yung nagtiwala sa akin simulat sa pool pa lang. Gusto ko magpasalamat unang-una kay God, sa family ko, at sa TNC na patuloy na nagtitiwala sa akin kahit ang hirap-hirap na. Maraming salamat din sa Phoenix Army na lagi nasa likod namin kahit anumang mangyari. Babangon tayo!
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest
and best mobile network.
All it takes are 3 easy steps.
First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider.
Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM.
And you're ready to go.
Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network.
Switch to the power of smart.
May kiklaim lang po akong remittance para kay Joko Martin.
OTP?
Eh, wala eh.
Eh, paano ko mabe-verify na ikaw si Joko Martin?
Ito. Grad photo. Ako yan.
Di pwede yan. To government ID.
Oh, driver's license. SSS.
Walang pirma eh. May birth certificate ka.
Meron.
Sige, pa-xerox mo muna. 2 copies.
Yun. Bravo ah. Isa pa, bigyan mo akong 2 copies ha.
When you're in moments that matter most.
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
For 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh.
to love,
Plus, unleash TikTok.
and only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
I think he's one of the safest goal laners sa kilala ko.
Super Marco! Nahula! Super Marco! Turning things around! Getting called out! Super Marco! What was that?
Kaya neto mag-MVP. Kaya neto mag-MVP of the season.
Ronda habang si Wise ang makakakuha ng turtle. Goal over in. Edward ay mamatay sa kamay ni Super Marco. Para sa
Nung nalaman na magulang ko naglalaro ko ng Mobile Legends, ayan, nagagalit kasi nung time na yun, porsigito pa talaga ako mag-aral. Tapos tuwing nagpupuyat ako, kahit in-game ako, kinukuha nila cellphone ko para matulog ng maaga. Lagi ko po sa kanilang kinakwento na gusto ko mag-MPL. Tapos, ayun po, nakamit ko na. Sobrang saya po nila kasi in-explain ko po sa kanila na ganito yung gusto ko, ganito yung pangarap ko. Kaya sinuportahan na lang po nila ako. After ilang years, nakapasok ako sa MPL. Ang nag-scout sa akin para makapasok sa MPL, ayan, si Coach Daki. Sinabi niya sa akin na lagi niya akong pinapanood sa mga tournaments like UC Legends.
Yung unang nakilala ko si Super Marco, siya nakakukulangan kami dun sa type na na di siya nagsalita.
Parang lang siya, loner sa gilid na naglalaro lang ng ML, ganun.
Wala namang problema sa akin sa amin. Nag-a-adjust naman kami sa mga teammates namin, sa ugali nila, sa playstyle nila.
So, sobrang napapahanga niya ako kasi nabubuhat niya kami kapag pag binibigyan namin siya ng space, parang sobrang laki na nakukuha niyang gold, tapos kaya niyang i-translate sa damage niya late game, gano'n. Nabubuhat niya talaga kami.
Maingat siya sa lane, constant farming, tsaka nakikita niya yung advantage niya sa kalaban.
I think Super Marco ay isang disiplinadong gold laner para sa Bren Esports. Tingin ko very calculated siyang gumalaw. Given na rin yung micromechanics, pero pansin ko disiplinado talaga.
Bago pa siya maging meta is siya nang gumagamit noon, and he wins a lot with it. He's laser focused because he's very quiet and he really does the job for the team when needed.
He was ahead of his time. Gumagamit siya ng mga heroes like Carry, gumagamit siya ng heroes na hindi mo talaga maiisip na gagamitin ng isang player nung Season 10. Pero looking at M4 World Championship, yung mga ginamit niyang heroes noong mga panahon na yon, nung Season 10, ginamit bigla.
Nagle-limit testing siya ng mga kaya niyang gawin eh. Sobrang laki ng tiwala namin sa kanya. Kaya kahit apat kami na tagabigay lang ng space para sa kanya, yung tipong late game wala na kaming damage, pero mabigyan lang namin siya ng space, parang sobrang ganda na para sa amin. Ganun kalaki yung tiwala namin sa kanya.
Yung pinakamahirap sa pagiging gold laner, ayan, expect mo lagi may kalaban sa'yo. Tapos malaki expectation sa'yo ng kampi mo kasi marksman ka, kailangan mo mag-deal ng damage, kailangan mo magbuhat.
Para sa akin yung nadadala ni Super Marco na wala sa ibang gold laners, yung pagiging consistent niya sa laro. Tapos yung kahit sobrang lugi na namin, kayang-kaya niya pa rin gumawa ng paraan late game para may bawi kami.
I really think that most of the runs na ginawa ng Bren Esports nung Season 10 ay nag-rely talaga doon sa carrying potential na meron si Super Marco on the gold lane. At nakikita naman natin na once nabigyan mo siya ng onting oras para makapag-farm siya, definitely kaya niyang mag-produce or mag-give out ng damage doon sa kalaban. But when you really want to carry and you really want to be involved with the team. So parang yun yung gusto ko talaga makita dito kay Super Marco, kung paano niya babaguhin yung pacing niya this time around ng Season 11. Na parang dati kailangan pa niya umabot ng late game, ngayon meron bang impact ng early to mid?
Ang gusto ko lang makita kay Super Marco this coming playoffs, magiging playoffs MVP. Tsaka may labas niya yung full potential niya against dun sa mga team na makakatapat namin.
Ang gusto ko makita sa Super Marco sa dadating na playoffs is maging mas consistent ka sa buong playoffs run natin. Huwag ka mawala ng pag-asa pag nalugi kami early, tapos huwag ka rin kakabahan.
Super Marco, huwag kang kabahan sa playoffs, tsaka kukunin natin yung championship sa MPL Season 11.
Dalaw pang gagalingan, dalaw pang bibilisan mag-farm, at malalaman nyo kung bakit may super sa Super Marco.
My heart is pounding, ready or not, the clock is counting. This is my moment. This is my moment. This is my moment.
Hi, ako nga pala si Sanford Binuya na mas kilala sa pangalang Sanford. Ako nga pala ang ex-planer ng Echo. Nakapasok ako sa MPL noong Season 8 sa team na Next Play Boss bilang 6-man na ex-planer. Di naging maganda yung run ko sa org na to at nawala ako sa pro scene noong Season 9. Hanggang sa nabalitaan ko kay Yawi na aking former teammate na nasa Echo na ngayon na may open tryout sa team nila. At sa kabutihang palad, natanggap ako sa team na Echo. Dumaan yung Season 10, pero hindi namin ako yung kampyonato. Pero isa kami sa naging representative sa M4 World Championship. Hindi namin nasaan na sobrang dominating namin sa M4 hanggang sa upper bracket. Pero talo kami sa upper bracket finals at nakalaban namin sa ibaba yung RQ at nanalo. Nakapasok kami ng grand finals at nakalaban namin yung Blacklist International na defending champion. At ngayon kami na yung world champion. Siguro yung favorite pro player ko is si Carl Tizzi. Kasi isa siya sa mga greatest player of all time. Ang favorite food ko is spaghetti kasi lagi ako present sa mga birthday. Kapag wala akong ginagawa or pag nasa bahay ako, ginagawa ko is naglalaro ng billiards or manood ng anime. Una ko nakita yung Mobile Legends sa social media at tinry ko itong larong to kasi mahilig ako sa online games. Hanggang sa nagustuhan ko tong larong to at naipaglaro ko sa mga kaibigan ko at sa mga pinsan ko. Hanggang sa sumali kami sa isang tour na sa barangay namin. Nanalo kami pero second place lang yung naabot namin. Pero nagpatuloy pa rin ako sa pag-grind hanggang sa marami akong top PH na heroes tulad ng Alice at mga iba pang fighters. Hanggang sa nakakalaro ko lagi si Yawi at tinanong ako if interesado ako sa Team 9 XP 2.0. Tinanggap ko yung offer ni Yawi dahil gusto ko rin makapasok sa team na to at maging pro player. Bago ako naging pro player, isa sa mga naging struggles ko is internet dahil naka-data lang ako sa panahon na yon. At yung cellphone na ginagamit ko is low FPS at hindi pa sa akin. Kaya wala rin akong oras na makapaglaro masyado nun. At the same time, nag-aaral ako nun. Ngayong pro player na ako, pinakamahirap na nangyari sa career ko. Isa habang naipag-compete ako, pumanaw yung tito at lolo ko habang naipaglaban. Bago kami pumunta sa Indonesia para may pag-compete sa M4, stop yung papa ko at ginusto ko mang hindi pumunta pero sinabi sa akin ng magulang ko na pumunta ako para sa pangarap ko. Masakit nun para sa akin, ginawa ko na lang siya motivation at doon nakuha namin yung M4. Salamat sa pamilya ko na sinuportahan ako sa career na pinili ko and sa mga fans ko na sumuporta sa akin mula umpisa hanggang ngayon. And gusto ko din magpasalamat sa teammates ko, sa coaches, and sa management sa pagtitiwala sa akin na wala sa edad ang paglalaro ng Mobile Legends.
Ako nga pala si Renny J. Ang role ko dito is fighter from Blacklist International. Nag-start ako mag-Mobile Legends nung nakita ko sa pinsan ko niya, laro niya. Tapos yun, tinry ko siya muna nung una pero parang hindi ko siya trip nung una kasi pero galing kasi ako sa larong dating Dota. Nadadala ko siya sa ML. Hanggang sa naging isang araw pagising ko parang competitive na ako. Kasabayan ko pa sila Edward nun Pero ako yung top 1 tapos sila Edward yung kasunod ko kasi kami yung magkakagrind nun. Hanggang sa ngayon, dito na ako sa Blacklist. Talaga nag-start pa lang ako, si Haji talaga. Talagang wala pa ako sa pro. Tsaka kasi si Haji, nakakalaro ko siya dati sa rank games. Isa din siya sa kasama ko sa pagpapataas ko ng stars kasi si Haji yung yung parang pinakabatak dati na pro player Kaya sabi ko, idol ko to kasi lahat ng role kaya niya. Yung iba ko pang games na nilalaro is volleyball kasi nung dati wala pa namang mga ML-ML Tapos Dota pa lang dati. Mahal kasi sa computer shop dati. Parang wala pa akong pambayan. Ano bang ginagawa ko ngayon pag di ako ML? Siguro nag-school. Dati ang gusto kong course is gusto ko seaman Kasi bala ko mag-aral sa MAAP. Kasi wala pa naman kasing ML nun So syempre, nung dumating yung ML, nagbago-bago na rin decision kasi yun, nabago din yung buhay ko ng Mobile Legends Talagang ginagawa ko din lahat to para sa family ko. Kasi sa MLC naman, hindi ko pa alam hanggang kailan ako eh. So, yun, okay lang sa akin kung wala ako, hindi at least, di ba? May napatunayan tsaka meron na mga napunta. Siguro nabuo yung Bataan Boys connection na yun yun nga, kasi sabay kami ni Edward talaga dati, nag-grind. Si Edward wala pa rin siyang team. So yun, ginawa siya ng Blacklist nun. Sila pa nila Boss Lex, magkampi sila Coach Bon eh. So natuloy yung Bataan Boys na siguro sa MPL na eh, kasi parang binansagan na kami ni Edward na mga taga-Bataan, ganyan. Tapos hanggang sa magka-team kami, lalo na nilang parang na Bataan Boys talaga yung connection daw. Bakit Blacklist? Siguro dahil paano ba? Parang ito yung tinitingala ko din talaga namin na team. Tsaka yun dahil feeling sa management yun talaga yung tinitingala ko. Kasi sabi ko noon eh, kung daw makuha ng Blacklist, baka talaga magpahinga muna ako. Kasi sabi ko gusto ko talaga sa Blacklist lang. Kasi syempre si Edward, sila Coach Bon, nakakwentuhan ko rin yan eh. Para magkakasama na daw kami. Paano ko gusto mag-grow sa Blacklist? Siguro yun nga, kung paano yung routine nila na practice, yan, kung paano yung mindset nila sa game, kung paano yung disiplina nila sa paglalaro. Yun yung pinaka gusto kong matutunan. Sobrang goods kasi sobrang saya ko talaga. Kasi dito ako naman sa game natin. Siguro si Black Rainy Jr. Mas focus, mas confident, at yun, mas masaya. Yun, shoutout nga pala sa mga agents natin dyan. Iniimbitahan ko nga po pala kayo na supportahan kami sa Season 11 na to. Yung bibigay po namin lahat ng best namin. Thank you sa supportan niyo.
Hi guys! Ako nga pala si Bentings, ang tank captain ng TNC Pro Team. Nagsimula talaga yung hilig ko sa esports, Dota pa lang. Sa Dota, gusto ko talagang maging pro, Dota 1 and Dota 2. Sumasali ako talaga ng mga tournament. Sa Cavite ako nakatira, dumadayo pa ako ng Manila para lang magkaroon ng experience, para makilala. Doon talaga yung unang finish ko para maging pro. Kaya lang, malas guys, hindi pinalad. Sobrang hirap. Kailangan mo ng sariling PC para mas makapag-grind ka. Kasi medyo mahal yung bayad sa computer nun eh. Talagang pag wala kayong bootcamp or pag wala ka sariling PC, suntok sa bato talaga para makapasok ka sa pro. Nung nagkasakit at pumanaw yung mama ko, parang yun na yung nagbigay sa akin ng sign para mag-stop muna sa paglalaro, sa pagdodota. Then, naapektuhan na rin yung pag-aaral ko kasi nahirapan kami sa financial. Kailangan tumulong sa pamilya. Nag-start ako magtrabaho. Naging trabaho ko na property consultant sa DMCI Homes. Nagbebenta kami ng mga condo. Ganun. Then, one time, birthday ko, dinownloadan ng kaibigan ko ng ML yung phone ko. Then, nilaro ko siya. Na-board ako nun. So, ayun, hanggang sa napapasarap na ako. Trinay ko siya. Parang doon na bumalik yung pagkahilig ko sa paglalaro. Una, sumali kami sa mga smart play, sa mga covered court pa yon. Sumasali kami sa mga ganon. Tapos may team na kumuha sa akin nun, 2 doors na naging All-Star Force. 5K pa lang yung unang sahod namin nun, kaya thankful ako sa girlfriend ko na tumulong sa akin sa financial. Pero dumating rin yung time na parang walang nangyayari. Kasi sobrang sugal talaga ng pag-ML eh. Hindi mo alam kung magsasucess ka or kung magiging pro player ka kahit anong persige mo. Dumating sa time na yung girlfriend ko gusto na makapagtrabahoin sa ibang bansa, yung pamilya ko. Kasi hindi natin sila masisi, concern lang sila. Kasi yung dati traditional talaga na magtapos sa pag-aaral, tapos magtrabaho sa ibang bansa, magtayo ng business. Dumating na sa point na halos wala nang sumusuporta sa akin, pero finish ko pa rin siya. Sabi ko, papatunayan ko sa inyo na magiging pro player ako. Babawi ako sa inyo. Thank God dahil nakapasa ako nung season 8 sa TNC. Kahit 6 man lang ako nun. Going to season 9, nagulat ako. Ako pala yung magiging captain. Tapos isa na ako sa main 5. Parang sobrang thankful ako sa management na sa tiwala na binigay nila sa akin. Kahit marami mas malakas sa akin. Tapos hindi ako masyado nakapaglaro nung season 8. Sa akin parang nila pinagkatiwala yung mabigat na obligasyon ng pagiging captain. Ayun, masaya lang kasi top 3 agad kami. Unang magkakasama pa lang namin. Kaya lang malungkot kasi isa na lang MSC na. Pero natanggap na rin naman namin yun. Yung isang pinaka trophy ko doon na natanggap, yung o nung fiancé ko ngayon na si Dayan. Parang syempre ang daming tao nag-propose ako sa stage. Pag humindi yon, ang daming pahiya ako noon. Pero yun na yung pinakamasaya nangyari sa akin, isa sa pinakamasaya nangyari sa akin season 9. Nung napawa ko yung girlfriend ko. Tapos ito na guys, season 10, season 11, back to back top 8. Awit guys, mahirap siya tanggapin pero kailangan. Sabi ko nga kay Miss Mara guys, hanggat may MPL, hanggat pinagkakatiwalaan ng TNC, pipilitin ko mapa-champion ng TNC. Kasi sila yung nagtiwala sa akin simulat sa pool pa lang. Gusto ko magpasalamat unang-una kay God, sa family ko, at sa TNC na patuloy na nagtitiwala sa akin kahit ang hirap-hirap na. Maraming salamat din sa Phoenix Army na lagi nasa likod namin kahit anumang mangyari. Babangon tayo!
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest
and best mobile network.
All it takes are 3 easy steps.
First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider.
Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM.
And you're ready to go.
Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network.
Switch to the power of smart.
May kiklaim lang po akong remittance para kay Joko Martin.
OTP?
Eh, wala eh.
Paano ko mabe-verify na ikaw si Joko Martin?
Ito. Grad photo. Ako yan.
Di pwede yan. To government ID.
Oh, driver's license. SSS.
Walang pirma eh. May birth certificate ka.
Meron.
Sige, pa-xerox mo muna. 2 copies.
Yun. Bravo ah. Isa pa, bigyan mo akong 2 copies ha.
When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh,
to love,
plus unleash TikTok.
and only texts. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
I think he's one of the safest goal laners sa kilala ko.
Super Marco, nahula! Super Marco, turning things around! Oh my God, he got it going out! Super Marco! What was that?
Kaya neto mag-MVP, kaya neto mag-MVP of the season.
Ronda habang si Wise ang makakakuha ng turtle. Call over in. Edward ay mamatay sa kamay ni Super Marco. Para sa
Nung nalaman na magulang ko naglalaro ko ng Mobile Legends, ayan, nagagalit kasi nung time na yun, porsigito pa talaga ako mag-aral. Tapos tuwing nagpupuyat ako, kahit in-game ako, kinukuha nila cellphone ko para matulog ng maaga. Lagi ko po sa kanilang kinikwento na gusto ko mag-MPL. Tapos, ayun po, nakamit ko na. Sobrang saya po nila kasi in-explain ko po sa kanila na ganito yung gusto ko, ganito yung pangarap ko. Kaya sinuportahan na lang po nila ako. After ilang years, nakapasok ako sa MPL. Ang nag-scout sa akin para makapasok sa MPL, ayan, si Coach Daki. Sinabi niya sa akin na lagi niya akong pinapanood sa mga tournaments like Juicy Legends.
Yung unang nakilala ko si Super Marco, siya, nakakukulangan kami dun sa type na na di siya nagsalita.
Parang lang siya, loner sa gilid na naglalaro lang ng ML, ganun.
Wala namang problema sa akin sa amin. Nag-a-adjust naman kami sa mga teammates namin, sa ugali nila, sa nila, playstyle nila.
So, sobrang napapahanga niya ako kasi nabubuhat niya kami kapag pag binibigyan namin siya ng space, parang sobrang laki na nakukuha niyang gold, tapos kaya niyang i-translate sa damage niya late game, gano'n. Nabubuhat niya talaga kami.
Maingat siya sa lane, constant farming, tsaka nakikita niya yung advantage niya sa kalaban.
I think Super Marco ay isang disiplinadong gold laner para sa Bren Esports. Tingin ko very calculated siyang gumalaw. Given na rin yung micromechanics, pero pansin ko disiplinado talaga.
Bago pa siya maging meta is siya nang gumagamit noon, and he wins a lot with it. He's laser focused because he's very quiet and he really does the job for the team when needed.
He was ahead of his time. Gumagamit siya ng mga heroes like Carry, gumagamit siya ng heroes na hindi mo talaga maiisip na gagamitin ng isang player nung Season 10. Pero looking at M4 World Championship, yung mga ginamit niyang heroes noong mga panahon na yon, nung Season 10, ginamit bigla.
Nagle-limit testing siya ng mga ayaw niyang gawin eh. Sobrang laki ng tiwala namin sa kanya. Kaya kahit apat kami na tagabigay lang ng space para sa kanya, yung tipong late game wala na kaming damage, pero mabigyan lang namin siya ng space, parang sobrang ganda na para sa amin. Ganun kalaki yung tiwala namin sa kanya.
Yung pinakamahirap sa pagiging gold laner, ayan, expect mo lagi may kalaban sa'yo. Tapos malaki expectation sa'yo ng kampe mo kasi marksman ka, kailangan mo mag-deal ng damage, kailangan mo magbuhat.
Para sa akin yung nadadala ni Super Marco na wala sa ibang gold laners, yung pagiging consistent niya sa laro. Tapos yung kahit sobrang lugi na namin, kayang-kaya niya pa rin gumawa ng paraan late game para may bawi kami.
I really think that most of the runs na ginawa ng Bren Esports nung Season 10 ay nag-rely talaga doon sa carrying potential na meron si Super Marco on the gold lane. At nakikita naman natin na once nabigyan mo siya ng onting oras para makapag-farm siya, definitely kaya niyang mag-produce or mag-give out ng damage doon sa kalaban. But when you really want to carry and you really want to be involved with the team. So parang yun yung gusto ko talaga makita dito kay Super Marco. Kung paano niya babaguhin yung pacing niya this time around ng Season 11. Na parang dati kailangan pa niya umabot ng late game. Ngayon, meron bang impact ng early to mid?
Ang gusto ko lang makita kay Super Marco this coming playoffs, maging playoffs MVP. Tsaka may labas niya yung full potential niya. Against dun sa mga team na makakatapat namin.
Ang gusto ko makita sa Super Marco sa dadating na playoffs is maging mas consistent ka sa buong playoffs run natin. Huwag ka mawala ng pag-asa pag nalugi kami early, tapos huwag ka rin kakabahan.
Super Marco, huwag kang kabahan sa playoffs, tsaka kukunin natin yung championship sa MPL Season 11.
Lalo ko pang gagalingan, lalo ko pang bibilisan mag-farm, at malalaman nyo kung bakit may super sa Super Marco.
Listen up, my heart is pounding, ready or not, the clock is counting. This is my moment. This is my moment. This is my moment.
Hi, ako nga pala si Sanford Binuya na mas kilala sa pangalang Sanford. Ako nga pala ang explainer ng Echo. Nakapasok ako sa MPL noong Season 8 sa team na Next Play Boss bilang 6-man na explainer. Hindi naging maganda yung run ko sa org na to at nawala ako sa pro scene noong Season 9. Hanggang sa nabalitaan ko kay Yahweh na aking former teammate na nasa Echo na ngayon na may open tryout sa team nila. At sa kabutihang palad, natanggap ako sa team na Echo. Dumaan yung Season 10 pero hindi namin ako yung kampyonato. Pero isa kami sa naging representative sa M4 World Championship. Hindi namin nasaan na sobrang dominating namin sa M4 hanggang sa upper bracket. Pero talo kami sa upper bracket finals at nakalaban namin sa ibaba yung RQ at nanalo. Nakapasok kami ng grand finals at nakalaban namin yung Blacklist International na defending champion. At ngayon kami na yung world champion. Siguro yung favorite pro player ko is si Carl Tizzi kasi isa siya sa mga greatest player of all time. Ang favorite food ko is spaghetti kasi lagi ako present sa mga birthday. Kapag wala akong ginagawa or pag nasa bahay ako, ginagawa ko is maglalaro ng billiards or manood ng anime. Una ko nakita yung Mobile Legends sa social media at tinry ko itong larong to kasi mahilig ako sa online games. Hanggang sa nagustuhan ko tong larong to at naipaglaro ko sa mga kaibigan ko at sa mga pinsan ko. Hanggang sa sumali kami sa isang tour na sa barangay namin. Nanalo kami pero second place lang yung naabot namin. Pero nagpatuloy pa rin ako sa pag-grind hanggang sa marami akong top PH na heroes tulad ng Alice at mga iba pang fighters. Hanggang sa nakakalaro ko lagi si Yahweh at tinanong ako if interesado ako sa Team 9 XP 2.0. Tinanggap ko yung offer ni Yahweh dahil gusto ko rin makapasok sa team na to at maging pro player. Bago ako naging pro player, isa sa mga naging struggles ko is internet dahil naka-data lang ako sa panahon na yon. At yung cellphone na ginagamit ko is low FPS at hindi pa sa akin. Kaya wala rin akong oras na makapaglaro masyado nun. At the same time, nag-aaral ako nun. Ngayong pro player na ako, pinakamahirap na nangyari sa career ko. Isa habang naipag-compete ako, pumanaw yung tito at lolo ko habang naipaglaban. Bago kami pumunta sa Indonesia para may pag-compete sa M4, stop yung papa ko at ginusto ko mang hindi pumunta pero sinabi sa akin ng magulang ko na pumunta ako para sa pangarap ko. Masakit nun para sa akin, ginawa ko na lang siya motivation at doon nakuha namin yung M4. Salamat sa pamilya ko na sinuportahan ako sa career na pinili ko and sa mga fans ko na sumuporta sa akin mula umpisa hanggang ngayon. And gusto ko din magpasalamat sa teammates ko, sa coaches, and sa management sa pagtitiwala sa akin na wala sa edad ang paglalaro ng Mobile Legends.
Ako nga pala si Renny J. Ang role ko dito is fighter from Blacklist International. Nag-start ako mag-Mobile Legends nung nakita ko sa pinsan ko niya, laro niya. Tapos, yun, tinry ko siya muna nung una pero parang hindi ko siya trip nung una pero galing kasi ako sa larong dating Dota. Nadadala ko siya sa ML. Hanggang sa naging isang araw, pagising ko parang competitive na ako. Kasabayan ko pa sila Edward nun Pero ako yung top 1, tapos sila Edward yung kasunod ko. Kasi kami magkakagrind nun. Hanggang sa ngayon, dito na ako sa Blacklist. Talaga nag-start pa lang ako, si Haji talaga. Talagang wala pa ako sa pro. Tsaka kasi si Haji, nakakalaro ko siya dati sa rank games. Isa din siya sa kasama ko sa pagpapataas ko ng stars kasi si Haji yung yung parang pinakabatak dati na pro player Kaya sabi ko, idol ko to kasi lahat ng role kaya niya. Yung iba ko pang games na nilalaro is volleyball kasi nung dati wala pa namang mga ganyan ML Tapos Dota pa lang dati. Mahal kasi sa computer shop dati. Parang wala pa akong pambayan. Ano bang ginagawa ko ngayon pag ako ML player? Siguro nag-school. Dati ang gusto kong course is gusto ko seaman Kasi bala ko mag-aral sa MAAP. Kasi wala pa naman kasing ML nun So syempre, nung dumating yung ML, nagbago-bago na rin decision kasi yun, nabago din yung buhay ko ng Mobile Legends Talagang ginagawa ko din lahat to para sa family ko. Kasi sa MLC naman, hindi ko pa alam hanggang kailan ako eh. So, yun, okay lang sa akin kung wala ako. Hindi, at least, di ba? May napatunayan at saka meron na ako mga napuntar. Siguro nabuo yung Bataan Boys connection tayo nung yun nga, kasi sabay kami ni Edward talaga dati nag-grind. Si Edward wala pa rin siyang team. So yun, ginawa siya ng Blacklist nun. Sila pa nila Boss Lex, magkampi na sila Coach Bon eh. So natuloy yung Bataan Boys na siguro sa MPL na eh, kasi parang binansagan na kami ni Edward na mga taga Bataan, ganyan. Tapos hanggang sa magka-team kami, lalo na nilang parang na Bataan Boys talaga yung connection daw. Bakit Blacklist? Siguro dahil paano ba? Parang ito yung tinitingala ko din talaga namin na team. Tsaka yun dahil feeling yun sa management team. Yun talaga yung tinitingala ko. Kasi sabi ko noon kung daw makuha ng Blacklist, baka talaga magpahinga muna ako. Kasi sabi ko gusto ko talaga sa Blacklist lang. Kasi syempre si Edward, sila Coach Bon, nakakwentuhan ko rin yan. Para magkakasama na daw kami. Paano ko gusto mag-grow sa Blacklist? Siguro yun nga. Kung paano yung routine nila na practice, yan kung paano yung mindset nila sa game, kung paano yung disiplina nila sa paglalaro. Yun yung pinaka-gusto kong matutunan. Sobrang goods kasi sobrang saya ko talaga kasi dito ako napunta sa game natin. Siguro si Black Rainy Jane yung mas focus and mas confident at yun, mas masaya. Yun, shoutout nga pala sa mga agents natin dyan. Iniimbitahan ko nga po pala kayo na suportahan kami sa season 11 na to. Yung bibigay po namin lahat ng best namin. Thank you sa support natin.
Hi guys! Ako nga pala si Bentings, ang tank captain ng TNC Pro Team. Nagsimula talaga yung hilig ko sa esports, Dota pa lang. Sa Dota, gusto ko talagang maging pro, Dota 1 and Dota 2. Sumasali ako talaga ng mga tournament. Sa Cavite ako nakatira, dumadayo pa ako ng Manila para lang magkaroon ng experience, para makilala. Doon talaga yung unang finish ko para maging pro. Kaya lang, malas guys, hindi pinalad. Sobrang hirap. Kailangan mo ng sariling PC para mas makapag-grind ka. Kasi medyo mahal yung bayad sa computer nun eh. Talagang pag wala kayong bootcamp or pag wala ka sariling PC, suntok sa bato talaga para makapasok ka sa pro. Nung nagkasakit at pumanaw yung mama ko, parang yun na yung nagbigay sa akin ng sign para mag-stop muna sa paglalaro, sa pagdodota. Then, naapektuhan na rin yung pag-aaral ko kasi nahirapan kami sa financial. Kailangan tumulong sa pamilya. Nag-start ako magtrabaho. Naging trabaho ko na property consultant sa DMCI Homes. Nagbebenta kami ng mga condo. Ganun. Then, one time, birthday ko, dinownloadan ng kaibigan ko ng ML yung phone ko. Then, nilaro ko siya. Na-board ako nun. So, ayun, hanggang sa napapasarap na ako. Trinay ko siya. Parang doon na bumalik yung pagkahilig ko sa paglalaro. Una, sumali kami sa mga smart play, sa mga covered court pa yon. Sumasali kami sa mga ganun. Tapos may team na kumuha sa akin nun, 2 doors na naging All-Star Force. 5K pa lang yung unang sahod namin nun, kaya thankful ako sa girlfriend ko na tumulong sa akin sa financial. Pero dumating rin yung time na parang walang nangyayari. Kasi sobrang sugal talaga ng pag-ML eh. Hindi mo alam kung magsasucess ka or kung magiging pro player ka kahit anong course mo. Dumating sa time na yung girlfriend ko gusto na makapagtrabaho sa ibang bansa, yung pamilya ko. Kasi hindi natin sila masisi, concern lang sila. Kasi yung dati traditional talaga na magtapos sa pag-aaral, tapos magtrabaho sa ibang bansa, magtayo ng business. Dumating na sa point na halos wala nang sumusuporta sa akin, pero finish ko pa rin siya. Sabi ko, papatunayan ko sa inyo na magiging pro player ako. Babawi ako sa inyo. Thank God dahil nakapasa ako nung season 8 sa TNC. Kahit 6 man lang ako nun. Going to season 9, nagulat ako. Ako pala yung magiging captain. Tapos isa na ako sa main 5. Parang sobrang thankful ako sa management na sa tiwala na binigay nila sa akin. Kahit marami mas malakas sa akin. Tapos hindi ako masyado nakapaglaro nung season 8. Sa akin pa rin nila pinagkatiwala yung mabigat na obligasyon ng pagiging captain. Ayun, masaya lang kasi top 3 agad kami. Unang magkakasama pa lang namin. Kaya lang malungkot kasi isa na lang MSC na. Pero natanggap na rin naman namin yun. Yung isang pinaka trophy ko doon na natanggap, yung nung fiancé ko ngayon na si Dayan. Parang syempre, ang daming tao nag-propose ako sa stage. Pag humindi yun, ang daming pahiya ako nun. Pero yun na yung pinakamasaya nangyari sa akin, isa sa pinakamasaya nangyari sa akin season 9. Nung napawa ko yung girlfriend ko. Tapos ito na guys, season 10, season 11, back to back top 8. Awit guys, mahirap siya tanggapin pero kailangan. Sabi ko nga kay Miss Mara guys, hanggat may MPL, hanggat pinagkakatiwalaan ng TNC, pipilitin ko mapa-champion ng TNC. Kasi sila yung nagtiwala sa akin simulat sa pool pa lang. Gusto ko magpasalamat unang-una kay God, sa family ko, at sa TNC na patuloy na nagtitiwala sa akin kahit ang hirap-hirap na. Maraming salamat din sa Phoenix Army na lagi nasa likod namin kahit anumang mangyari. Babangon tayo!
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest
and best mobile network.
All it takes are 3 easy steps.
First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider.
Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM.
And you're ready to go.
Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network.
Switch to the power of smart.
May kiklaim lang po akong remittance para kay Joko Martin.
OTP?
Eh, wala eh.
Eh, paano ko mabe-verify na ikaw si Joko Martin?
Ito. Grad photo. Ako yan.
Di pwede yan. To government ID.
Oh, driver's license. SSS.
Walang pirma eh. May birth certificate ka.
Meron.
Sige, pa-xerox mo muna. 2 copies.
Yun. Bravo ah. Isa pa, bigyan mo akong 2 copies ha.
When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh,
to love,
plus unleash TikTok.
and only texts. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
I think he's one of the safest goal laners sa kilala ko.
Super Marco, nahula! Super Marco, turning things around! Oh my God, he got it going out! Super Marco! What was that?
Kaya neto mag-MVP. Kaya neto mag-MVP of the season.
Ronda habang si Wise ang makakakuha ng turtle. Home offer in. Edward ay makakay sa kamay ni Super Marco. Para sa
Nung nalaman ng magulang ko naglalaro ko ng Mobile Legends, ayan, nagagalit kasi nung time na yun, porsigido pa talaga ako mag-aral. Tapos tuwing nagpupuyat ako, kahit in-game ako, kinukuha nila cellphone ko para matulog ng maaga. Lagi ko po sa kanilang kinakwento na gusto ko mag-MPL, tapos ayun po, nakamit ko na. Sobrang saya po nila kasi in-explain ko po sa kanila na ganito yung gusto ko, ganito yung pangarap ko, kaya sinuportahan na lang po nila ako. After ilang years, nakapasok ako sa MPL. Ang nag-scout sa akin para makapasok sa MPL, ayan, si Coach Daki. Sinabi niya sa akin na lagi niya akong pinapanood sa mga tournaments like UC Legends.
Yung unang nakilala ko si Super Marco, siya, nakakukulangan kami dun sa type na na di siya nagsalita.
Parang lang siya, loner sa gilid na naglalaro lang ng ML, ganun.
Wala namang problema sa akin sa amin. Nag-a-adjust naman kami sa mga teammates namin, sa ugali nila, sa playstyle nila.
So, sobrang napapahanga niya ako kasi nabubuhat niya kami kapag pag binibigyan namin siya ng space, parang sobrang laki na nakukuha niyang gold, tapos kaya niyang i-translate sa damage niya late game, gano'n. Nabubuhat niya talaga kami.
Maingat siya sa lane, constant farming, tsaka nakikita niya yung advantage niya sa kalaban.
I think Super Marco ay isang disiplinadong gold laner para sa Bren Esports. Tingin ko very calculated siyang gumalaw. Given na rin yung micromechanics, pero pansin ko disiplinado talaga.
Bago pa siya maging meta is siya nang gumagamit noon, and he wins a lot with it. He's laser focused because he's very quiet and he really does the job for the team when needed.
He was ahead of his time. Gumagamit siya ng mga heroes like Carry, gumagamit siya ng heroes na hindi mo talaga maiisip na gagamitin ng isang player nung Season 10. Pero looking at M4 World Championship, yung mga ginamit niyang heroes noong mga panahon na yon, nung Season 10, ginamit bigla.
Nagle-limit testing siya ng mga kaya niyang gawin eh. Sobrang laki ng tiwala namin sa kanya. Kaya kahit apat kami na tagabigay lang ng space para sa kanya, yung tipong late game wala na kaming damage, pero mabigyan lang namin siya ng space, parang sobrang ganda na para sa amin. Ganun kalaki yung tiwala namin sa kanya.
Yung pinakamahirap sa pagiging gold laner, ayan, expect mo lagi may kalaban sa'yo, tapos malaki expectation sa'yo ng kampi mo kasi marksman ka, kailangan mo mag-deal ng damage, kailangan mo magbuhat.
Para sa akin yung nadadala ni Super Marco na wala sa ibang gold laners, yung pagiging consistent niya sa laro. Tapos, yung kahit sobrang lugi na namin, kayang-kaya niya pa rin gumawa ng paraan late game para may bawi kami.
I really think that most of the runs na ginawa ng Bren Esports nung Season 10 ay nag-rely talaga doon sa carrying potential na meron si Super Marco on the gold lane. At nakikita naman natin na once nabigyan mo siya ng onting oras para makapag-farm siya, definitely kaya niyang mag-produce or mag-give out ng damage doon sa kalaban. But when you really want to carry and you really want to be involved with the team. So parang yun yung gusto ko talaga makita dito kay Super Marco. Kung paano niya babaguhin yung pacing niya this time around ng Season 11. Na parang dati kailangan pa niya umabot ng late game. Ngayon, meron bang impact ng early to mid?
Ang gusto ko lang makita kay Super Marco this coming playoffs, maging playoffs MVP. Tsaka may labas niya yung full potential niya. Against dun sa mga team na makakatapat namin.
Ang gusto ko makita sa Super Marco sa dadating na playoffs is maging mas consistent ka sa buong playoffs run natin. Huwag ka mawala ng pag-asa pag nalugi kami early, tapos huwag ka rin kakabahan.
Super Marco, huwag kang kabahan sa playoffs, tsaka kukunin natin yung championship sa MPL Season 11.
Lalo ko pang gagalingan, lalo ko pang bibilisan mag-farm, at malalaman nyo kung bakit may super sa Super Marco.
Listen up, my heart is pounding, ready or not, the clock is counting. This is my moment. This is my moment. This is my moment.
Hi, ako nga pala si Sanford Binuya na mas kilala sa pangalang Sanford. Ako nga pala ang ex-planer ng Echo. Nakapasok ako sa MPL noong Season 8 sa team na Next Play Boss bilang 6-man na ex-play. Di naging maganda yung run ko sa org na to at nawala ako sa pro scene noong Season 9. Hanggang sa nabalitaan ko kay Yawi na aking former teammate na nasa Echo na ngayon na may open tryout sa team nila. At sa kabutihang palad, natanggap ako sa team na Echo. Dumaan yung Season 10 pero hindi namin ako yung kampyonato. Pero isa kami sa naging representative sa M4 World Championship. Hindi namin nasaan na sobrang dominating namin sa M4 hanggang sa upper bracket. Pero talo kami sa upper bracket finals at nakalaban namin sa ibaba yung RQ at nanalo. Nakapasok kami ng grand finals at nakalaban namin yung Blacklist International na defending champion. At ngayon kami na yung world champion. Siguro yung favorite pro player ko is si Carl Tizzi. Kasi isa siya sa mga greatest player of all time. Ang favorite food ko is spaghetti kasi lagi ako present sa mga birthday. Kapag wala akong ginagawa or pag nasa bahay ako, ginagawa ko is naglalaro ng billiards or manood ng anime. Una ko nakita yung Mobile Legends sa social media at tinry ko itong larong to kasi mahilig ako sa online games. Hanggang sa nagustuhan ko tong larong to at naipaglaro ko sa mga kaibigan ko at sa mga pinsan ko. Hanggang sa sumali kami sa isang tour na sa barangay namin. Nanalo kami pero second place lang yung naabot namin. Pero nagpatuloy pa rin ako sa pag-grind hanggang sa marami akong top PH na heroes tulad ng Alice at mga iba pang fighters. Hanggang sa nakakalaro ko lagi si Yawi at tinanong ako if interesado ako sa Team 9 XP 2.0. Tinanggap ko yung offer ni Yawi dahil gusto ko rin makapasok sa team na to at maging pro player. Bago ako naging pro player, isa sa mga naging struggles ko is internet dahil naka-data lang ako sa panahon na yun. At yung cellphone na ginagamit ko is low FPS at
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Welcome back to the home of champions. You're still watching the final day of MPL Philippines Season 11 playoffs. Now, before we head to our grand final match between our two MSC representatives, join me in honoring our men and women MLBB delegates who will represent Philippines in the upcoming 32nd Southeast Asian Games in Phnom Penh, Cambodia from May 11th to 14th. Please welcome our C-Ball men's team. And our C-Ball women's team. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand as we sing our Philippine national anthem. And good luck once again to our representatives, our men's and women's C-Ball team for the upcoming SEA Games. And now it's time for the moment you've all been waiting for. We witnessed them grace the presence of the Grand Finals last season and in the recently concluded M4 World Championship. Sila rin ang nagpatunay sa lakas ng Pinas. Ngayon, muling maghaharap ang dalawang natitirang koponang patuloy na nagtataas ng lakas. Ang tanong, sino sa kanila ang hiranging kampyon ng pinakamalakas na rehiyon. Now to help us with this, let's call on our panelists, Chantal and Butters, for our panel for Echo and Blacklist International. Hi, guys.
Alam mo, parang kinakabahan ako.
Lahat ba kayo kinakabahan? You can feel talaga the tension in the air, Butters.
And mapapansin mo, lahat talaga sila dito, ni-represent talaga nila yung team nila, jerseys, lahat ng pwedeng material para ipakita sa team nila na sumusuporta sila, ginawa na ng mga fans.
You know, it's been such a roller coaster ride ngayong playoffs, pero sa huli, we will be graced by two very familiar teams in the grand finals. What are your thoughts about this? Once again, Echo and Blacklist.
Alam mo, sa sobrang dami nangyari, regular season, playoffs, ang dami mga teams na nagpakita ng lakas. It's very nostalgic to see Blacklist International, of course, Echo na maglalaban ulit. And pinaka-thoughts ko lang is, this is gonna be bombastic.
Telefantastic.
Hindi ko alam kung paano ko susundan yung telefantastic eh. Pero yun nga, I feel like this is destiny moving in a way na parang kailangan pa nila mag-meet. Yung M4 World Championship, nakita natin kung ano yung naging resulta doon, nanalo yung Echo, and parang binigyan ng tadhana ng panahon na makabawi yung Blacklist, or binigyan ng tadhana ng panahon yung Echo para ma-ensure na sila talaga ang pinakamalakas na Filipino team.
Now, for such a long time, itong si Venus and si Wise have attended several grand final matches. And let's take a look at this.
Now, kung papansinin natin dito, ang taas ng appearance rate ng VY tandem papasok ng Grand Finals. As you can see here, yung win rate nila is at 55%. But then again, kung papansinin mo MPL-PH Grand Finals win rate as Blacklist International, 100%. Never umabsent, always present, perfect attendance awardee.
Tsaka kung titignan natin, dito din sa Grand Finals appearances, meron din for SEA Games. So hindi lang siya strictly for MPL, pero madami din silang ibang nilaroan to represent the country.
You know, ang dami kasi nagko-compare din na, oh, you guys have gone to so many grand finals. Nandun na meron ng M3 at meron na tayong mga ilang grand finals dito sa Philippines. Pero ang sinabi nung tinanong, oh, what about getting MSC? Ang sabi ni Oh My Venus, they're not after the titles, but consistency. With this, would you say that they're already the most consistent players of all time? Seeing nga, sabi mo nga, Butters, kanina, 100% sa MPL Philippines.
Of course, sila yung pinaka-consistent as of now. Pero kasi pag sinabi mong V-Wise or kahit anong team na nakadikit sa kanila, yung consistent play na yon laging nasa top level. So ibig sabihin dito, yung pagiging consistent nila always equates to a first runner-up setup or sila yung mismong nag-champion.
Tsaka di ba parang yung story, nabagitan natin yung VYS with the consistency, let's say for the meta of MLBB per se, with the consistency that they shown dito sa ating mga tournaments, parang lahat ng pattern in terms of meta ay sa kanila din ibinase. So ibig sabihin, for the longest time, yung consistency na yon is napakahirap na basagin, kaya naman nandito ulit sila ngayon for grand finals.
Regardless how consistent they are, and regardless that they made it here sa Grand Finals, may sinabi kasi si Wise, he claimed that this was his hardest season yet. Ito nga yung quote na sabi niya, doon sa 4 na seasons na nag-finals ako kasama ang Blacklist, ito talaga yung pinaka-worst para sa akin as a player kasi dumating na yung mental parang di ko na kinaya eh. Kasi bukod sa pag-ML ko, dami kong kinakaharap outside the game. Pero buti, andyan si V na parating ako kinakausap. Para cheer up lang, cheer up para pag may tiwala talaga sa team, kayang manalo.
Iba talaga kapag alam mong merong sumusuporta sa'yo regardless. Kasi alam mo na kahit magkamali ka, alam mo na merong willing na tanggapin yung pagkakamali na yun. Kaharapin yung pagkakamaling yun at lusutin yung pagkakamali.
Sana all.
Sana
Yun na-
all.
Kumbaga parang si Wise kasi yung barko, tapos si Venus yung anchor. Na pagka kailangan magpahinga ni Wise, kailangan kumalma ni Wise, siya yung gagawa nun.
And iba talaga pag may kaduo eh.
Tama.
Oh,
Tama.
merong kaduo.
Meron.
Tama.
May
Mas paras
kaduo.
pang malakas.
Kayo, may kaduo. Maghanap na kayo ng V sa inyong Y. So, di ba? And you know, we've been following these players for a long time. Gaano ba kahirap to maintain itong top-level performance throughout the career?
Alam mo, parang sobrang hirap kasi sinabi na natin parang lahat ng mga teams, even before, ay nakatutok na talaga sa kanila. So parang kung ito yung top-level performance nila, the next season, as much as possible, mas mataas pa ulit at tataasan mo lang ng tataasan or either i-tweak mo na lang yung pinaka-performance nyo.
You set the bar high kapag ka maganda yung performance mo. And that means consistent ka din dapat sa pagtaas ng level ng gameplay mo. And that's really hard. I've seen talents na they come and go, nagiging explosive sila and they fall off. And napakahirap na ginagawa ng V-Wise dito kasi parang every time na lang ata, laging maganda yung placement nila.
And, you know, regardless kung ano man yung struggles nila ngayong season 11, we see them going all the way up pa din. Tinataas talaga nila ang kanilang lakas. And that's very hard to do. To be better than you were the previous season. How much better can they get? My gosh. Pero throughout Blacklist playoffs run, Owl, okay, let's talk about Owl, defeated Calra, Super Marco, and then Emin. He's happy that he's close to being awarded as the best gold laner of the season. So what can you say about his performance? Butters.
Ako, ang nakikita ko kasi kay Owl, parang siya yung missing formula nung mga first few weeks na mayroon dito yung Blacklist International. Parang, ang sinasabi natin lagi, plug and play kapag ka Blacklist yung naglalaro. So parang siya, hindi na kailangan hanapin yung synergy. Parang naiintindihan niya na yung laro ng Blacklist agad.
Tsaka parang alam niya talaga kung paano siya didikit doon sa mga ibang gold laners kasi minsan parang siya pa nga talaga yung mas matapang against other gold laners. Kaya naman sinabi niya dito na masaya kasi konti na lang ako na yung pinakamalakas na gold laner sa Season 11 at pinapakita niya yun in terms of performance kasi there are moments kung saan siya na mismo na gold laner yung gumagawa ng play para sa sarili niya.
Ang dami na niyang na-eliminate. Pero ngayon, makakaharap niya, kumbaga nga, yung big boss. Finals MVP ng M4 World Championship na Benny QT. What do you guys think about this gold lane matchup? And let's talk about this player role ranking.
So, looking at the player role ranking, sabihin na lang natin na nakikita natin na first dito si Owl. But then again, kailangan natin alalahanin na mas onte yung games na nilaro ni Owl dito. Kaya talagang lalabas na mas mataas yung stat line niya. But then again, iba kasi yung naririnig ko pagka nakakausap ako ng mga coaches dito sa dalawang players na to. Iba daw kasing mag-isip ngayon si Benny Cutie. Iba siya gumawa ng plays. So parang, paano mo mapapredict as Owl yung mga possible gawin bigla ni Benny Cutie out of nowhere?
Ang ganda rin sinabi ni Butters na parang iba maglaro ngayon si Benny Cutie kasi kung mapansin natin na there are clashes or dun sa mga matatagal na games, parang sa iba yung posisyon ni Benny Cutie. So tama na yun yung kailangan batayan na yan ni Owl. But knowing na nakita na natin na ganun yung performance ni Benny Cutie, most likely parang adjustment dito ni Owl is either tapatan or alamin niya kung nasaan yung pwesto nung kanyang katapat na gold laner. But definitely for both of these players, parang same yung prowess nila pagdating sa late game decision making.
Now, because Owl is kind of new, he's just been playing just recently this sa MPL. Pero ano si Benny Cutie medyo unpredictable pa rin siya. He's defining the Philippine meta. Recently nga nakita natin siya na gold lane Mincetar. And we haven't seen that before. Sa Indo ginagamit yan, XP, sa Rome. So, pagkatapat ang bagyong Benny, nako, sobrang unpredictable and you really have to watch out for him. Pero ate mo, Chantel, Butters, ano nga ba yung mga kailangan gawin ng parehong koponan para ma-secure itong Grand Finals na to?
Napaka-importante talaga ng mga kailangan gawin ng ating mga teams para naman dito sa side ng Echo in terms of keys to victory. Code once broken, do it again. Again, nakita natin yung performance ng Echo during M4 Grand Finals and they could replicate the same scenario or most probably pwede lang kontrahin kung paano nga ba nagro-rotate ang Blacklist International. For Blacklist International kasi nagbago yung kanilang rotation, but for Echo, since they already have that information against Blacklist, pwedeng yun yung gamitin nila para mag-iba yung sitwasyon ng laro.
For Blacklist International, consistency is an agent's key. Kailangan tumutok dito ng Blacklist International sa mga strengths nila. Hindi naging maganda yung regular season nila, but ang kailangan nilang fokusan dito is yung ngayon. Nahanap na nila na rebuild nila yung code, pinalakas nila yung code. So, as long as they stick by that code, I don't think masya-shatter yon ng Echo katulad nung ginawa nila nung M4 Grand Finals.
And it's just fitting na sila ulit ang nagtapat ngayon, seeing as how we saw them for last season in the Grand Finals, na flipping result sa M4 World Championship. And it's so unpredictable how this is going to be. So, okay, unpredictable, but can we guess?
Guess pwede. Para dito sa game. Wait lang, parang hirap i-guess.
Best of 7, how... What do you think it's gonna go? 4-3.
Alam mo, nahanap ko na kasi yung way para hindi ka magkamali mag-predict.
Alam ko yan.
Sana tinuro mo, di ba?
Huwag ka na mag-predict. Hindi, joke lang.
Wag ka na.
Joke lang.
Akala ko, I thought you were gonna say, look at Mirko's prediction, and then it's the opposite.
Yeah.
What's his prediction now?
Actually, hindi ko kasi nakita yung prediction ni Mirko eh. Pero para sa akin dito, I think this is gonna go 5 games at ayoko magsalita kung sino yung mananalo kasi nakakatakot ang daming fans ng both teams dito. Parang delikado eh.
Hindi ba ganyan yung hairstyle mo para ready ka na?
Hindi, Iverson lang to.
Iverson lang.
Actually, speaking of that, gusto ko malaman kung nasaan ang mga fans ng parehong koponan. Nasaan ang mga fans ng Blacklist International? Okay. Madami. How about Echo? Sino kayang nanalo doon sa cheer na yon?
Parang pantay eh.
Okay, gawin ulit natin. Okay. Pag sinabi kong Blacklist, sasabihin nyo, break the code. Blacklist! Okay, pag sinabi kong Echo loud, sasabihin nyo, Echo proud. Echo loud! Guys, comment down below. Do you think it's gonna go to Game 7? Do you think Butters is right? Up to Game 5 lang?
Hindi, Game 7 pala.
Game
Nagkamali
7.
ako actually,
Sobrang
sorry. Kabado ko kasi.
Best of 5. Ganon kakabado si Butters ngayon. Best of 7 gawin natin, best of 5. Pwede
Hindi kasi
naman.
nasanay na ako sa best of 5 eh. Sorry naman.
Ito pala yung kinakabahan ako. Kasi kahapon, di ba nag-cast kami, Blacklist din yung may laban. Tapos, Blacklist and RSG. Habang nasa caster's desk kami, nararamdaman ko yung sahig na gumagano.
Lahat kasi nagtatalunan dito eh, no?
Tumatalon lahat. Kaya sabi na, okay, pwede po muna tayo kumalma.
At dito natin talaga kailangan yung mga energy ng crowd natin dito. Even the ones online, you wanna know who you're voting for. Now, binanggit ko kanina na itong si Benny Curie, we saw him bring out Mincitar. Is there anything you think that they've used before that you're expecting them to bring out again? For either one of the teams.
Yung mga heroes na pwede pa nila ilabas, yung mga strategies.
Gusto nyo makita ulit mabalik?
Ako, parang gusto ko makita yung merong one thing na ginawa si Carl TZ recently. Parang tankling. Parang gusto ko lumabas yun eh.
Okay.
Tankling pwede. Feeling ko parang same na lang din nung strategy nila. Ilabas na nila yung usual heroes. Kasi rematch naman, bakit hindi natin gamitin kung ano yung strengths ng dalawang teams? It's showtime nga, di ba?
Feeling ko mababan ang Lancelot. At feeling ko mababan ang Estes.
Feeling ko rin.
Feeling ko rin. Pero feeling ko, may feeling ako eh. May feeling ako. Wait lang. Baka lumabas ulit yung Gold Lane Mincitar.
Gold Lane Mincitar. Oo. Iba kasi yung mga sundot technique eh. Alam mo yon.
I mean, yeah, really.
Tama! Tama!
Sagot. I mean, the hooks. Ayan. Oh, mas okay na. Okay. How about, kasi nagpe-predict tayo dito ngayon eh. How about we settle this, okay? Let's settle this, okay? Bato-ba topic muna, kung sino yung manalo, pipili ng koponan na i-represent. It doesn't mean na bias sila, ha? Okay.
Hindi kami bias, ha?
Bigla pang lumabas.
Ha?
Biglang lumabas yung gagawin.
Baka may tweet na naman.
Biglang sinabi. Oy, bato-ba topic. Biglang tinype dun eh. Bato-ba topic.
Baka labas lang sa teleprompter to,
Parang
baka may
lugi
tweet,
ako
ha?
kay Butters.
Ayoko ng tweet.
Okay. But,
Isang bagsak lang ba? O, isang bagsak.
Isang bagsak. Okay.
One, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Ikaw pumili,
natalo.
ikaw pumili.
Okay, pili ka
Let
ng...
si Butters na pumili.
Oh, ikaw na daw, ikaw.
Ba't ako?
Pumili ka na.
Gusto ko ikaw pumili.
Paano natin
sige.
masasettle? Walang gustong pumili.
Eko ako.
Eko ako. Naka-blue. Okay. Blacklist kasi yung jersey ng Blacklist may pula. Okay, there
sige.
you go. Okay.
May pula ka din.
Sama.
Hindi nga lang kita.
Ikaw yung mauuna kasi nanalo siya. Ano ang meron ng Eko na kaya mong ipagmayabang?
Di naman World Championship kasi meron sila pareho eh. Meron silang sing-sing. Kasi nung nanalo yung Blacklist nung M3 World Championship, wala pang sing-sing nun.
Walang sing-sing!
Ang galing ni Butters.
Walang sing-sing! Okay.
Ang galing ni Butters. Okay na.
Ikaw na. Ano meron ng Blacklist na kaya mong ipagmayabang?
For Blacklist. Meron din silang medal. Ay, Blacklist. Nakita niyo yung achievements kanina. SEA Games 2021.
SEA Games 2021. What now, Butters?
SEA Games 2019. Carl TC.
Kaso si Carl TC lang yon.
Lugi.
Parang hirap nito. Butters, friends tayo, ha?
Friends tayo. Ayan.
Parang sinisira natin.
Oy, walang tweet, ha? Baka bias na naman kami, ha?
Lumabas lang po talaga.
Okay, how about, what's the final message before we start to our fans that are watching right now?
So, for me, for the fans that are here, tayo ang panalo dito. So kahit anong mangyari, magmahalan tayo kasi yung mga players natin, pinapakita nila yung best para sa inyo. Kung sino man manalo dito, let's support them. I-representa nila yung Pilipinas sa upcoming MSC sa Cambodia.
That's right!
Tama.
See the world!
Para sa mga fans natin dyan, of course, lahat ng mga teams natin, regardless kung sino mang naunang malaglag during playoffs, huwag natin kakalimutan yung hardship, yung storya ng bawat players dahil yung storya nila ay storya nating lahat dito sa MPL Philippines at sa MSC. Gagawa tayo ng bagong history para sa Pilipinas.
At para rin sa ating mga online viewers dyan, gusto namin marinig at mabasa ang inyong mga comments. So predict down below kung sino ba sa tingin nyo ang mananalo. Will it be Blacklist International or will it be Echo? At to all our online viewers, gusto nyo bang manalo ng diamonds? All you have to do is comment a photo of yourself watching the MPL Philippines playoffs sa hashtag of the day post. Matatagpuan natin yan sa official Facebook and Twitter accounts ng MPL Philippines and you can get a chance to win 1,000 MLBB diamonds. Ano ang hashtag of today? Hashtag MPL-PH Grand Finals. Again, MPL-PH Grand Finals. So, sali na kayo. Eto, before we start, I wanna know whose side you're on. Agents, where are you at? Orcas, let me hear you. When I say Blacklist, you say? Blacklist? One more time, Blacklist? Orcas, when I say echo loud, you say? Echo loud? Echo loud? Here we go. Orcas, Agents, let's start the grand finals between Echo and Blacklist International.
Malakas ang Pinas. Malakas Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong we become the monsters. Malakas Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and rep it for the. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game. Para to sa PA and a yes. Di mo matitinag aming bosses on your level. Nasa kalye man ang mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera. HP Racing may reset, na built na kitang buhat. Ni heal na full dances, parang lighter.
Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to, daw tayo malakas para sa Pinas.
Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang
malakas para sa Pinas.
Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Oh! Hold on. Malakas ang Pinas. We are locking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve.
Naging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my options, cannot be defeated. Woo!
We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen mala. Pakito na drop like pista pa sa east. So matawad, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour.
Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to, daw tayo malakas para sa Pinas.
Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Oh!
Malakas Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters.
Malakas Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars.
Handa na sa labanan, buong puwersa nakalaan. Rain at hari sa harapan, backup agents na palaban. Pero wag malulungkot, di kayo makakalusot. Si Edward maghahakot, gitong medalya ang suot. UN na nahimik sa may gilid, habang nakatitig sa paligid. Kwagoy na pasilip, nakaisip ang klasa gilid. Puso ng kampiyon, never backing down. Agents sabay-sabay, complete the crown.
Bueno mano, pag ang orka ay bumuelo, alam na yan. Pati Indo mag-e-e-e-e-eko sabayan. Sigurado, lansyamado, una effort pang ganado. Pwede ka nang maborsilo sa amin natong kampyonato. Right check, nice sport, dapat ka ng kabahan. Oy map check, nice G, bagyo ka masegwihan. Di mo mariretrihan, di sigotin na kasi. Yeah, we set the celebration, pa Cambodia na kami.
Pilipinas at buong mundo! Welcome our grand finalists, Blacklist International and Echo!
Malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite with the stars. Ang lakas ng stars, ang lakas ng Pinas. We unite with the stars, ang lakas ng Pinas. With the stars.
From Pasig to Jakarta, all the way back home, in these hallowed grounds where champions have been crowned, they're about to take the rivalry to a whole nother level. Tonight, for the MPL Philippines Season 11 Championship. It
Man.
says we were bros here for the grand finals.
Oh,
what an honor.
I just can't, man.
Yeah.
That performance early on, wow. I am hyped up.
Yeah, that is one hell of a way to start the grand finals. This is the trilogy in terms of major event grand finals for Blacklist International and Echo, and as you mentioned, in these very hallowed halls.
It was worth noting given the grand finals appearances of VYs, but then again, both of them are going to MSC 2023 Raise Up and hashtag show your lakas ng Pinas because they're both going to MSC, folks. Our delegates, Blacks International and Echo, are going out to hashtag see the world. Now, the rivalry. Are they going to take this to Phnom Penh?
I think so. This is like a rematch of a rematch, in a way. It's part 3, right? I mean, these guys went head-to-head. It was, what, 6 games, I believe, last season?
Yep.
And then, you know, in M4, they went head-to-head, Echo pulling out on top. And now I feel like there's a little bit of a revenge match here even for Blacklist International.
Yeah, it's like redemption, yes, for Blacklist, based on what happened in the grand finals of M4, but at the same time, it's also redemption and revenge for Echo. You mentioned they lost the grand finals in the Philippines 4-2, just 6 games. So both of them are going into this with a mindset of, you got one over us, we gotta get one over you again.
Quick recap of how the weekend has gone so far. Blacklist have yet to lose more than 1 game in every series they've played in. Only 1 game every series. That's how dominant our defending champions are. And dare I say, this is the strongest they've ever been in Season 11.
I don't know what it is. You know, again, we're talking about it before even day 1, day 2 of the playoffs, where we had a kind of a vision of Blacklist International Season 11 regular season.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden, I would say it started in those last couple of weeks, Week 7, Week 8. They made some changes. They came out swinging with a bang. They took those 2 weeks, about 2 weeks off before the playoffs. And then it was like a different Blacklist International, that refined version. It might be a couple different names, but still, nonetheless, it was that dominant Blacklist International we're used to seeing.
I feel like the key for Blacklist International and the secret to their success is something that happened in those 2 weeks, behind the scenes. Of course, one of the narratives that the agents in their community are saying is a key member of their management team behind the scenes. They call him Boss Rada, came back to the team and told them, talked to them, went back to his role of the one-on-ones, talking together as a team. So that had to do something mentally to Blacklist International, that it changed the field of their in-game decision-making with drafting and how they execute, back to being the near-flawless Blacklist International we know.
And talking about execution, here is the excellence of execution for both teams. Repping the XP lane, the newly crowned member of the Hall of Legends, Legend Zero, facing off against Sanford, who has been on a, warpath throughout the weekend.
Yeah, yes. Is that going to be a new moniker? Legend Zero? Do we Legend Agent Zero? How do we play around with
Homie
that?
earned it, but I will still call him a bunjing.
There it is. That works too, right? And, you know, with that being said, Edward alone, a lot of times we actually talked about this, the way that he plays that XP lane, how much of an impact he has there, and how he's just kind of like razor focused, locked in, and that switch just flips, and that usually really capitalizes on. But across from him, and like they saw in M4, Sanford's the same way, right? He does the same exact thing, and now this is why it's such a massive head-to-head for both these teams with XP lane.
Yeah, at this point, anyone who says that, oh, Edward has the experience, Sanford at this point, you could say, he has the experience too. He knows what it's like to be in the grand finals. He knows what it's like to be in a big-time match. And this is a big-time rivalry as we enter the first draft of our first game.
Echo on the play, Blacklist answering back. Not much of the script has changed, despite this being the first time Echo and Blacklist meet up in this season's playoffs. There goes the Estes, the Faramis, and the Joy, key heroes for both Oh My Venus and Legend Zero. Blacklist, though, they take out the Kaja and the Franco.
Yeah, with the Kaja and Franco gone, Blacklist International are going to have their eye set and potentially picking up something like the 1-1. And I think that's what Blacklist International is thinking. Do we ban out the 1-1? And of course you will. You're up against Benny Cutie. You're up against Echo. First pick here, Fredrin, Valentina, Arlott, Glue, all still on the table. And it's going to be the Glue, taking it out from the hands of Legend Zero and into the hands of Sanford, the Apex Predator.
I like it. You know, go ahead and roll with that. Take the Glue pick. It's great. One thing on my wish list I would say for the series, boys, is I want to see Benny Cutie use the gold lane Mincetar again. Not saying it's going to happen here. The Franco is banned out. That might be the answer for it for the rest of the series because they don't want to go through those double hook kind of combinations to deal with. But already, picks coming out here quite quickly. There's the Eve, the Fredrin for Blacklist International. So far, Carl TZ going to pick that Tanks-a-lot, Lancelot here, and we'll see what the next one's going to be.
They pick up the Farsa, so they're going to be battling each other with pokes. That means Blacklist International needs to be smart with what they pick here. And they decide to pick up the Arlott as it is open. The familiarity between these two teams, how they prepared for each other going into these grand finals. Blacklist International got here first, but it seems like they already thought about Echo. And Echo, they still had to go through RSG. But I don't know if it's the history or really just they knew that they were making it to the grand finals. A strong feeling about it. Fast bans and fast pickings all around. So now Blacklist International will be looking to take away the heroes of Yaoi. With a Kufra gone, let's see what else Blacklist will take away from him.
Oh, they're shorting out the choices. Coach Tick and Coach Treb choking down the rookies' hero pool. Owl gonna get his carry taken out. Possibly maybe another.
Yep.
What's the Brody looking like here? Is the Claude still
Yeah, I was
out?
gonna say Claude Brody. You know, he's kind of opted for both of those. I would expect Echo to just go ahead and ban out the Claude.
One of them.
Yeah.
So it's a safer go.
Blacklist International, yeah, I see Claude going to the fourth pick there for Owl. But then that would mean the Blacklist International are going to be looking for the mid-game, late game's power spike, while Echo's draft right now is very early to mid. Is that something Blacklist International would want to play into? Let's find out if it is. And we all mentioned the Mincetar. Blacklist says, yeah, we really don't want to go up against that, which means Blacklist might be looking at Beatrix as a potential option to go lane.
And it's a safe bet. The Beatrix just has great coverage. Now you're wondering, are they ready to face off against the Harith? Because when you take out the Mincetar and you're going in for a dive comp, much like what Echo is rocking, because again, Sanji might be the only one who is actually an artillery member of that lineup. I think the Harith seems solid, especially when you have a hero that wants to get in there like the Arlott.
Yeah, they could possibly go and opt for, you know, that's one of the main things I would say about Benny Cutie is the fact that he likes to kind of switch up the options for the gold lane. Again, that's why I was saying, you know, my wish list is that Mincetar once more, but it could just be banned out for the series. Now he still has that Harith pick available too. We're not really sure exactly how they want to play this, but with this pickup, the Rafaela coming back up, it was only picked once.
The whole season.
The whole season.
By next play Evos.
That's the thing. In the hands of Brusco DR, not even by the Queen. So has the Queen, day after day, back to back, been feeling spicy. Yeah, like last night, she picked up the Angela.
Yeah. And now the Rafaela. I wonder what that means for the gold lane here for Blacklist International. Are we going to be seeing a Bruno potentially, the classic combo for a Rafa, but then it's up against a Farsa? I believe the pickup of the Farsa was really just for avoidance, movement speed, as Echo gets her hands on the Harith for Benny Cutie, and Yaoi picks up the Lolita. A lot of AOE for the lineup of Echo. The holy healing from the Rafa now looks very good.
If there's anything I know about the Storm, about the M4 Grand Finals champion, MVP, is he likes the Harith this season, in the playoffs especially. So is it going to be the Bruno? The last time that this combo worked was, what, in the heyday of M3? So that was, what, for the better part of 2 years ago. I wonder if it's a thing now.
Bruno up against the Farsa again is a matchup that
Hey!
does
Hey!
not favor the Bruno.
Speaking of
they look
grand
familiar.
finals MVPs, is that the Prince?
What does he have on? He's got some merch on.
What? Up front.
Up front.
Watching the competition. Of course, we all know they're all friends. It's all
Yeah.
support. But you know, they're watching. They're
He's
scouting.
Next to the Raja too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We carried him earlier.
That's right. What a privilege.
What an honor.
I wish I was there.
Well, another time maybe. But I love this because this whole playoffs has felt like a reunion, like a homecoming.
Yes.
And it really has felt like that. And I know we got special guests here as well. So I can't wait for this to unfold. It feels like we already blazed through the draft, but look at this.
Everybody just following in my footsteps, but I don't blame you. Everybody just does not want to call it either way. Maybe, just my guess, for the sake of this rivalry extending all the way to Phnom Penh, Cambodia, or just for the sake of it going the third in a trilogy. You don't know. This is the rubber match.
Yeah, this is like technically, like I said, because they're both 1-for-1 in different ways. This is that best of one now, right? But it's over the course of a best of 7, basically.
It's an epic. An epic. And I'm sure this is something that the two teams are thinking about. The epic rivalry. Blacklist International and Echo. The Brody was the last pickup there for Blacklist, and paired up with the Rafaela, should be happy with free hitting and avoiding key abilities.
Blacklist not going to be lacking for vision. I think that's one of the few things that teams have been lacking towards the way that they build lineups in the playoffs. And here this time around with that Rafaela, Holy Healing should be able to check in. Oh!
Wow. All right, they already get an early flicker out from UA, taking quite a bit of damage here. But this is kind of what we have to expect, right? A little bit of push and pull between both teams because, like you were just mentioning, Leo, Blacklist International has that Holy Healing available to them. But already Carl Teasy being quite aggressive himself, going to get the flicker out and gets the first blood.
Hold up. Is this the first time in forever we've seen Carl Teasy rock the Brenny Sports Lancelot skin?
Oh, yeah. Wow, yeah, good thing you noticed that, dude. That has to be like something to empower him, to motivate him that this is where it all began for me.
Would that be his final form? Like, is that technically?
I am him. That's it.
Yeah.
He is declaring this match has now begun. I am
me.
Yeah, and we were joking about it behind the scenes. Man, I can't believe the final form of Carl Teasy might actually be Tanks a Lot with hybrid build.
Apparently, speak of the devil.
He's grown.
More than just.
Yes.
He has grown, and he has become great. Turtle already up.
Okay. Blacklist International trying to get in position here. Once again, though, Wise exactly isn't here. They might just be willing to trade it. And as they do, Carl Teasy going to secure that first turtle. It looked like, Wise was trying to get some pressure on that purple buff, but he decided to just go back anyway. It was kind of spotted out.
Yeah, tremendous read there by the members of Echo, specifically the Lolita on Yaoi. Right. Getting the vision there for Carl Teasy that Hey is here, that made Wise go back. And I believe the early death onto Oh My Venus, the lack of the level 4 there, meant that Black said, yeah, way too risky for us to lose anymore. Let's just back off.
Already, something to note, here in the XP lane, there's some action. They didn't do the double XP rotation.
Yeah, which is puzzling to me because I thought we'd be seeing that all series long. But then they decided, okay, let's just go back to basics. It's going to be a long 7-game series. I feel like this is part of just the feeling out process. But then at the same time, Rafaela in the mid roaming around, helping the mid and the jungler roam around. It's more beneficial for them.
Whoop.
Oh, there's a lot happening here. The flicker in, Nuno Blast. Owl will fall. Top side, meanwhile, in the mid lane, a little bit of poking back and forth too, but already Echo gaining the momentum in this game 1.
Reptar, you talked about how Oh My Venus has parked herself in mid. That's what happens. She couldn't help Owl.
Yeah, and Owl just suffered a massive Numenon blast that made it possible because the other members of Echo were pushing back the other members of Blacklist around the middle portion of the map. That forced that to happen. Great call by Echo and great play.
Oh, top side though, Owl once again going to be in trouble here. Feathered Airstrike pops the damage. Benny Cutie will get the kill. The sustain from the Holy Healing was not enough to deal with that.
So yeah, the first time around, it was just the two of them up top. Now, they have on my Venus, but Sanji comes in.
Yeah, it seems like Echo are treating the XP lane as just back to what we treated it in S9. It's just gonna be a dead lane. Sure, let them clear the minion waves. They will rotate. We'll put the pressure on the gold. Owl has been monstrous this playoffs. Echo is respecting that, and they want to stop that.
Is this Echo dictating the pace, making their own meta the way that they want to? Or the Orcas swimming up against the wave that is Blacks International?
Definitely. That is what you do when you're up against the Blacklist, against your rivals.
Well, they just want to go ahead and give up the turtles here. Carl T's going to secure the second one. A lot of focus on the top side, though. Looking for a possible pick here. Blacklist International. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and charge that Nuno Blast up. Just help clear the waves. They kind of know, or at least they have a sense that something's going on here.
Yeah, when you only see Edward in the Turtle Pit contesting, most likely Blacklist International has 3 or 4 roaming around together. Again, that's just familiarity by Echo, knowing that Blacklist would want to get one back over Benny Cutie to help Owl cash up just a little bit.
Yep. It's basically saying,
oh! Owl! That's what it's saying. He can't survive that. Will fall. Carl TZ jumping in the backside, putting out the damage with the Thorn. Rose going to still go. Gets the flicker from Oh My Venus. There's the Retribution being used as well. Still the follow-up going to come out through. Real World Manipulation going to come down, forcing it under the turret. Charges up! Finds the target. UA will fall. And Echo still in the driver's seat. Might be looking for another! Benny Cutie gets the cleanup kill. And now it's Oh My Venus and Edward. Here comes Carl TZ again. Right on through. Edward trying to salvage the situation. Has to flicker out himself, but he's stuck to. Echo dominating.
40 coming in. It's like they lived in the top lane of Blacklist for the longest time.
Chugga, 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 chugga. I hear it coming. It's the Echo Express. And this is their signature play style. Play fast, farm fast, fight early, and they are taking it straight to Blacklist International. 3 deaths already for Owl. Look at that Harith already with a Feather of Heaven and Calamity Reaper in his hands. Less than 8 minutes in.
6K ahead, almost, at about, what, 5 minutes. That was the worst I've seen this game so far go for Blacks International. They have yet to get a single kill, a single objective, and I'm looking for a possible way to clap back. Are we expecting Edward to go ahead and force us to go into the late game and then get a final slash in? Because we have barreled into what is possibly the earliest late game we've ever seen.
This is once again happening here. Y's going to be quite low. One hit away. Goes down to Sanji. Carl TZ securing the 3rd turtle of the game. Now Yaoi on the run here. Blacklist looking for their first kill. Ow. Will get it with a torn apart memory. But now Echo getting in position to clap back in a counter play. Sanford going to show himself. The healing's going to be there, but here comes Carl TZ going to force them back. Owl flickers out. Carl TZ trying to go in, going to get stunned with the Holy Baptism, and the turret will fall. Now here comes Edward, trying to see if he can do anything about this. He has the tankiness. Final slash going to be used. Feathered Airstrike to follow him up. He's going to be taken away from the team with a split. In trouble now. Wise trying to help out. On the retreat, Blacklist goes. Benny Cutie, though, forcing them back.
Here's what's amazing about what Echo is doing. They want Blacklist to fight back. They know that if Blacklist just welcomes the fight, when they're not ready, Echo's going to win 100% of the time. The best thing that Blacklist is doing now is just tempering their expectations.
That is the right call here by Echo. And yes, Blacklist can only temper their expectations and try to bounce it out. Yaoi misses.
Yaoi gonna miss that, but they're still gonna be able to get a kill. Wise will fall. Still, turret being worked on. Feathered Airstrike to help out. Yaoi will follow. 1-for-1 trade. Blacklist, though, still has a ton of work ahead of them.
Yeah, that's a good trade for Echo. Roamer for the jungler. For the One True King as Midnight dubbed the Wise. And Echo, they can just continue this. But now at this point, this is where they start tempering their own expectations a bit. Yes, it's still roughly a 7,000 gold lead. Yes, there are still members of Blacklist catching up on items. No full build just yet for Owl. He was forced to build another item just for a little bit more magic defense on his side. But that doesn't mean Blacklist can't punish. Echo, their dirty tendency of over diving under tower
They cannot do that. Just play it safe, play around the Lords, and keep it calculated.
About 5 to 6 minutes, yeah, you can play hard and fast. Maybe, as you said, dirty like that. But now, as soon as you give Blacklist more kills, fair to be said, both of them give it to Yaoi. Given through Yaoi, it should be fine. But then again, we've seen teams fall to the same mistake, having such a great lead. Free Lord for Echo as they go ahead and march through mid.
What a zone out by Sanji, by the way. Not stopping with that feather airstrike.
Yeah, Yaoi gonna wait once again. The turret's gonna fall here. The hole comes through. There's the rear world manipulation coming down. Sanford will fall. Was it worth the turret here? Lord now marching down the mid lane. We'll see if they can actually convert this into an inhibitor.
Doesn't look like it. Way too sketchy. Nope. Because of their lineup, they can't go up into this. You gotta watch out for the positioning because of the final slash. Something to be careful about. That's a good cut by Carl TC. Stop the minion wave, and that will increase their chances of, successfully breaking the turret up top.
Yeah, so here's what I was getting at, right? First couple of kills on Yaoi. Slowly but surely, if you let Blacklist continue at this pace, which they're slowly getting comfortable with, they will upgrade, they will upsell, and they got Sanford. Who's next? Are you going to say Benny Cutie might get a death here? Maybe even Sanji? That's what Echo has to watch out for.
Yeah, and Benny Cutie will really have to hold on to his Purify the best possible moment. But there's so many crucial crowd control abilities on the side of Echo that which one is he going to hold out for? Is it really just going to be if ever he gets Final Slash, if he gets taunted or whatever, knocked up? Stunned, everything.
RWM'd?
Everything. So much crowd control. Benny Cutie has to really channel his inner, Benny Cutie, and just be careful with this entry as he always has been.
Relatively mum this past minute here after Blacks International successfully defended that Lord. So, yeah, you could take this as a clear sign that, hey, Echo have started to slow down. They went, down a second gear for the Echo Express, safe to say.
My goodness, Benny Cutie already has a divine glaive. 11 minutes in. This Harith is a problem, but Blacklist International, they're holding it out. They're just doing everything they can to get a little bit more farm, try to funnel whatever minion waves come in for Owl.
I'm wondering if the play here for Blacklist International is just possibly give up the next Lord, right? Not fight it because of the massive, look at the gold, right? The massive gold disparity here, right? You just give up the Lord. You defend in your base. You have pretty good wave clear. You can also help out with using that final slash. So it might just be better, like you guys mentioned, buy some more time. There's another big item pickup for Echo. So, at this point, if you are Blacklist International, you want to be able to just hold on. And then if mistakes are made, which we've seen them do before, punish, right? And then kind of slowly gain control back into this game. But right now, it is the Echo Express.
Yeah. It's funny because Blacklist International has a relatively great high ground defense, but they are up against a Harith and a Farsa that clears minion wave so fast. And if Sanji really just waits for the perfect moment to drop that feathered airstrike, that'll be 2 hits, and Blacklist members will be forced to go back.
And that's what's scary. Blacklist can't hold out for that. Not only can they, but they can even force Echo to do such because this is going to be a Luminous Lord. But at what point is that going to hit critical mass? Because again, Lord's going to be marching down through mid this time around, and they can find a better angle. They can sink. The last time there was a Lord, there were still tier 2 turrets.
Yeah. Minion waves, Echo. They can't just go with one minion wave, dive under tower, dive under turret. That has bitten them many times throughout the season, and even during the playoffs. One of the main reasons why they got knocked down to the lower bracket. It's the Blacklist they're up against. Gotta watch out. Benny Cutie just picked up a concentrated energy. There's gonna be a lot of regen for this Harith. I wonder if Echo will they actually try to brute force this?
Well, here we go. Lord gonna go ahead and charge up. Blacklist International on the defense. Some more item pickups come through. Yaoi dealing with the final slash from Edward. Turret now falls. Concealed play going to be used here, looking for their own angle. Carl T's going to push them back. Benny Cutie using the Zaman force. Ooh. He's going to get cut off, though, quite low. RWM going to come down. The final slash from Edward, though, cleaning up the kill. Still going to be going. Yaoi going to charge up, buying some time. And now Sanji trying to hold on as well. The chase ensues. Flicker comes through. Carl teasing down on the box side, will find Edward. Still going to be going. Double kill so far. What a flicker, though. Sanji avoiding the Appraiser's wrath. It's a triple kill for Carl Teasy.
The fight was brought all the way out towards mid, and now there's only 2 defenders left.
Now they're going to be looking to end this game number 1 here on that play. They've got a few minions, but is it going to be enough? Oh my Venus will fall, and it's the Echo Express all the way through to game 1.
The Orcas draw first blood. Game 1 taken here by Echo.
Al has been monstrous all throughout the playoffs. Echo said, hey, you guys are up against now. Hey, Al, it's the grand finals. Yeah, we're going to make life a living hell for you.
Man, that last team fight where you thought, you know, there might be some hope there for that defending, that was the second Lord, or was it the third Lord? Second Lord? Luminous. And if they would have survived that, maybe, yeah, they would have been able to buy time. But like we mentioned, Echo Express, man, we went through it. They've been in this position before, and they don't often let go of those leads that they have.
Yeah, and it seems like we talked about a state of flow numerous times throughout the season. Echo were just in that state of flow. It's like they remembered their World Championship form, their confidence. And that's something that Echo brought up in a previous interview as well. After their victory, they said, oh, we're no longer scared to engage. We're more confident now. And you saw it there. The confidence, the lack of hesitation. And they just barreled through Blacklist International.
And I think it's that same confidence that they have to use at the right time. Here they did. Definitely, they understood the assignment that as Echo Express, there's at some point, the point of no return, where no, we can't do Echo system anymore. Because if we do, we're playing in the Blacklist's territory. And here they ended very, very quickly. An amazing job here by our M4 World Champions. Ladies and gentlemen, we have quite a treat for you. We're going to go over to the analyst stand. Midnight's going to talk to us. He's going to tell us exactly what happened here in Game 1.
Orcas! Game 1 victory for Echo. Intense yung naging laban natin. And mukhang nakapag-prepare ang Echo laban sa Blacklist International. It was an amazing game for the Orcas. And natin i-breakdown yan dito sa ating analyst stand. Pero bago lahat, gusto ko lang sabihin na dahil ito ay special na Grand Finals, gusto ko lang gumanti sa ibang bansa. I want to be able to fight back. Shoutouts pala sa Malaysia, Cambodia, and Indonesia. They kept on importing our players. And with a special Grand Finals appearance, I want to be able to get back to them. That's why I imported a very important friend. My boy, what's up over there?
Kamusta mga mahal kong Filipinos? Man, it's amazing to be here. The atmosphere, the Filipino crowd, and both Echo and Blacklist International are popping off. But hey, it seems like that game, it was all Echo.
Dude, it was really all Echo on game number 1. But before that, I want to ask you, how has it been in Philippines?
It's been pretty easy, man. Especially the ranked games.
Oh, you're going there, huh? Okay, are you going to say that it's as easy as the Indonesian ranked games?
Oh, man. I wouldn't say Indonesian ranked games. It's as easy as the Malaysian ones.
Oh, okay. Okay. Huge shout-outs, Gideon and Lafel. So let's leave it at that, okay? Malaysia, your turn next. Anyway, we go back to game number 1. Again, it was a masterclass performance coming out from Echo. They really did study, you know, the Ube strategy, and it felt like Blacklist International, they had little to no responses, and it felt like it has to boil down to the draft.
I agree, right? I mean, the draft really is the foundation of the plays that they were making all around there. And Carl Tizzy was able to get so much space all the way from the early game. I think first blood was at the first minute. And it came down to just getting these solid counters in that are honestly quite unexpected, right? Going for the Harith, going for the Farsa as well right now up against the Brody. Someone who really struggles up against a Purify and obviously mobility plus that crazy range plus burst from the Farsa that really enables the other members to do what they please, because Blacklist were so concerned of, you know, keeping the distance or maybe trying to just bait out that feather airstrike that Carl TZ gets to be that shadow striker.
Yeah, and they did have answers on the side of Blacklist International, but it felt like, you know, all the rotations, all the movements on the map, it was checked by Echo. The first movements, Wolf mentioned this on the Filipino broadcast, Blacklist International tried to go for the invade against Carl TZ's purple buff. But Yaoi and Sanji was there. They were like, nah, it's not your day, you know? You're not gonna get any resources, you're not gonna get any trade-offs from the turtle. And after that, it was just Echo's game. All over the mid-game, the momentum was there, and it felt like this Brody did little to nothing for Blacklist International. And this was something that Echo prepared during the drafting stage. When they saw the Rafaela, there were little to no marksmen to follow up the Rafaela. It felt like only Brody was the sufficient answer for the side of Blacklist International. And again, as you've mentioned, Brody does not do well against this type of lineup from Echo.
Definitely. Very, very tough game for the Brody. And as we can see from the draft again here in the item builds, Blacklist International, they really were heavily prioritizing that mid-game power spike. That's the name of the game for them. That was their prime winning condition. But the thing is, for Echo, they've drafted a composition that can go to the late game, but also finds pretty good comfort in the mid-game. A lot of mid-game power spikes from the Lancelot, even the Harith and the Farsa, and obviously that glue oppression from Sanford that was also just seen here, not from the kill participation though, because as you can see from the teamfight participation, it was Yaoi and Sanji. Mid-control is #1 when you're up against Blacklist International, who's been able to snowball a lot of their early game leads into that mid-game end with Venus and Yue. Knowing that it's a Yve, you know, they gotta try to just maximize that wave clear from the Farsa and Lolita. Good combo, plus that mobility from the Wings by Wings.
Yep, and it felt like Blacklist International were outmatched, I would say, from every aspect of the roles that they had. And Yaoi and Sanji did amazing on the tank support duo, but the showing of the original prodigy, the Lancelot god of the Philippines, Carl TZ on his Lancelot. 505, and we've seen the genius of this guy, the ability, the mechanics, it's there, but also the brains. You know, the amount of rotations that he did, he was able to punish the gold lane of Blacklist International. There were no answers from the rotation that Echo did, and it felt like that was a key moment where they shut down the main timings of Blacklist.
I think during the team study that I had and a lot of the M4 casters had, Leo said, for Carl TZ, he's a mature jungler now, right? I mean, we've seen him at M2, crazy mechanics, but at M4, and since he's joined Echo, he's really taken this, I would say, kind of utility role really well. Seeing him back on an assassin that also plays utility feels like it is a mix made in heaven. And you can see it here from the first minute all the way to the 10th minute. He's active all across the board.
Everywhere for Echo.
The prio is everywhere.
Yep. And the thing is, this is not even full hybrid Lancelot. He went for kind of like the new version of the attack Lancelot, where Enod was actually showing it his last match. It was sort of a damage dealer on the early game that scales well with the HP because of the Guardian helmet. And of course, the Radiant armor buildup was very, very nice. If he ever runs out of puncture, he's not going to mind the damage of Yue on the Eve. He's always going to be able to move away from the reload manipulation. But the story of this game was just Echo, I would say, grouping up much earlier against Blacklist International. The Ubik composition did not really work out for Blacklist as Echo devoured the early game timings that they've had. And you know, when you shut down heroes like this, Fredrin, Brody, and Rafaela, it's like having a hard recovery curve for Blacklist International. It's hard for you to do that because look at the heroes of Echo. How do you fight into a Harith with a Purify?
It's almost impossible to come back if you lose that lead early on, especially when you give a massive lead to Echo in that mid-game with their composition that builds around that mid-game power spike. And as you can see from these team fights, again, it really feels like the draft were the proper foundations for them to be able to make these plays happen, because even for Blacklist International, what they succeed at with this draft is most probably the team fights that stay in one place. That mobility from Echo that we mentioned, from the Harith, from the Feather Airstrike and the Wings by Wings as well, and obviously the puncture from Carl TZ enabled them to escape, to just buy some time, distract, and come back with a re-engage.
Yeah, Echo again checked a lot of boxes here against Blacklist. And I think one of the most fundamental problems with Echo's strategy is that they don't have endgame. But this time around, they did have the Harith. The ability to take down towers was there. Although he did die on the last few fights, it didn't matter because it was already a team fight victory for Echo. And again, Blacklist International had no response against the mobility of the team fight on the side of the Orcas. It was an amazing game. Game number one, just game number one for Echo. We might see more adjustments coming out from Blacklist, but I want to ask you, what do you think is the most important recipe here for Echo as to how they won game number one?
Keep it chaotic. I think that's the #1 thing they should do. Not in the team fights, but in the early game build up to that mid game. Because as long as it's chaotic, a systematic team like Blacklist International can be caught a few times.
Well, let's see if the chaos can keep up on game number 2, or will Blacklist International keep it together for their side? Because again, this is the grand finals. This is a best of 7 match. However, adjustments will be coming forward. And speaking of adjustments, let's look at the keys to victory that our panelists brought together earlier on. Now, there are adjustments that are needed to be made, but Echo did check one of their keys to victory. You know, if you get a momentum, you win the game. You just do it. You constantly do it. And I actually had a conversation with Yawi earlier. He said that they're more prepared now compared to Season 10. Because right now, they're not scared of making any mistake.
I think that's the thing right now. The confidence, the mentality coming into this matchup. Sure, they did just play a lower bracket match, so it can be a double-edged sword. Again, they had to, come out with a lot of those strategies and reveal a lot of those strategies. But Echo, it seems like when they have the momentum, last time, they weren't just able to break it, they were able to shatter the code. We'll see if they can do it again right here.
It's shaping up to be a great series here for the Orcas and the Agents. Before we head on to game number 2, I want to hear more on the side of Blacklist International. Agents, cheer for your team. Okay, let's do it one more time. Agents! Okay, they're kind of wrapping up, okay? Echo,
that's
they
fine.
have momentum.
They just won game number 1, so when I say Echo loud, you say?
There you go.
Let's do it one more time. Echo loud!
The energy is there, and we are going to be hearing more from the audience as we head on over to Marrakino.
Nagbabalik sa Pilipinas ang mga manlalaro ng Onyx. Nandito si Marky, Delar, Kyrie, Baloyski, and Coach Shep. Hi guys! Uy! Kumpleto. 5 players. Kulang ng isa. Kulang ng isa. Hey guys! Si Kyrie finally graced us. Hoy, champion! Congratulations!
Thank you po.
Okay. Ganon yun kamis, nami-miss maglaro ngayong playoffs ngayon dito sa Pilipinas?
Sobrang nami-miss, lalo ngayon sobrang init ng playoffs eh.
Sobrang init. Sinong mas mainit ngayon? Echo, Blacklist?
Pareho match.
Pero bakit
Pero Blacklist ako eh.
Bakit ka na? Blacklist. Bakit Blacklist?
Kasi tropa ko si Edward.
Tropa si Edward! Kayo, how much do you miss playing? Di niyo ba nami-miss to be on the stage?
Sobrang nami-miss. Di ako nakapaglaro yung nakarang season eh.
Ano sinabi si Kyrie? Bakit di daw siya nakapaglaro dahil?
Inuuna mo kasi commercial eh.
Inuuna niyo. Oy, kung di nyo alam, superstar to ha?
Pasalamat siya, di ako naglaro eh. Ako sana yung problema nila sana yung finals eh.
Ikaw, Marky, how much do you miss playing?
Namiss ko na po kasi ang hirap po mag-shot call eh. Pagkabasa po.
Mahirap mag-shot call pag
Kaya
bahasa.
gusto ko na po bumalik sa Pinas para easy na lang yung pag-shot call.
Sino ba yung pinaka-maingay, Baloyski, nung naglalaro kayo dati? Pag nasa comm, sino yung loudest, ang pinaka-makulit?
Kung ingay lang po, si Dilar.
Si Dilar?
Yung ingay po. Hindi, pero sa sa macro, ako po, tas si Marky, tas si Kyrie.
O so basically, lahat namin name mo eh. So lahat kayo maingay.
Apo.
O sige nga, truthfully, Coach Sheb, Kyrie, amongst the two teams, who do you think will give you a harder time sa MSC? Kasi kami, feeling namin syempre other than the Filipino team, you guys are gonna give us a hard time. Who do you think is gonna give you a headache?
Tingin ko po pareho lang eh. Kasi pareho lang tiyatalo kami palagi.
Ang safe niya sumagot. Coach
Lazy
Sheb,
pa,
what about
lazy
you? Who's gonna give you a headache?
Pareho lang din talaga, pero medyo pareho ng playstyle namin si Echo.
Pareho ng playstyle si Echo.
Oo.
Sige nga, para hindi bias, sino sa tingin mo will give Indonesia a harder time, ang Onyx Philippines? Onyx Indonesia!
Parehas din po sagot ko. Parehas din po.
Parehas?
Apo.
Sa akin parehas lang kasi palagi naman Pinas yung nananalo sa international tournament.
Uy, kasali ka daw.
Kasali pala ako doon. Bigos pala ako. Mali, wrong send.
Okay, who will give you a harder time between the two teams?
Sino ba? Hindi ko alam sa kakampi ko, hindi naman kasi... Hindi ko alam kung maglalaro ko sa Ibos eh. Hindi ko alam sa akin.
Parang inamin niya.
Pero tingin ka
na Pilipinas
Tingin ko
mananalo.
Blacklist consistent sila sa international tournament eh.
Consistency ng Blacklist.
Tsaka lagi akong talo sa kanila eh.
Who do you think will give them a harder time sa MSC?
Paras din po talaga.
My gosh, mga
Paras
safe!
po. Hindi po, totoo po. Hindi po sa safe. Sobrang pares po kasi magaling eh. Solid. Kaya pares kaming parehas lang talaga.
Alam mo, alam ko wala na kayo sa Philippines. Pero guys, pwede ba, for old time's sake, what time is it?
It's on time.
Okay, Kyrie, ikaw naman. Babato na natin sa casters. Kaya gawin mo yung ginagawa ko na casters. Pasok.
Casters, pasok.
I woke up today and pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect to be thrown over by Kyrie.
Yeah, what an honor. Do they still call him the Sky King? They do, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Raja Langit.
Raja Langit. Oh, perfect.
That's what they call him. Folks, before we get on with the match, enjoy the power of Smart when you switch to Smart without changing your number via mobile number portability or MNP. Visit smart.ph/switch to Smart to know more. Back into the action once more for those of you who aren't in the know. The folks that Maro were talking to were MPL-PH alumni who themselves had quite the rivalry with Blacklist International. So that's what puts this all in a context.
Together, basically. And that's why I'm saying it's so cool, you know, because, again, it feels like, in a way, a homecoming, a reunion, and just to see them all sitting together in a row and then talking about, you know, their experiences even, it's amazing. And at the same time, I can't wait to see that kind of matchup in like a different, it's almost like a different timeline, right? Where Onyx Esports is now going to be playing against eventually Blacklist International, right, in the MSC 2023 tournament. So what if, like, you know, how many times we've seen those organizations go head to head, but now it's like it's a different representation in a way, right? But Yeb is still there, Kyrie's still there. So that's something to really look forward to, I feel like, in MSC, especially everything else that's coming through, especially with the addition of the 3 other countries that will be participating in that as well.
Yeah, and you gotta boggle my memory here, but we didn't see Blacklist versus Onyx Esports in M4, did we? I know we didn't.
Even throughout the knockout stage, yeah.
We didn't. So that'll be one of our wish lists for MSC.
There it is.
See Blacklist International versus Onyx Esports.
Hell, even Onyx versus Echo, I'm not so sure.
No, it's not Onyx versus Echo. It was Echo that Kyrie did that Hayabusa play.
Yeah, that's right.
They found Benny. All right.
Yeah, they found Benny.
That's the one.
Yeah,
that's the one.
How could we forget?
All right. See, because again, multiple timelines, different personalities coming in, crashing through. The memories are overflowing, and I'm just doing my best here to keep it all under control because we are just at the beginning. We are at but the precipice of this best of 7. All right? So, with that being said, folks, you know the drill. We ran throughout the whole regular season with this, and there's no way we're going to let it go tonight for Championship Sunday.
It's the last time.
Is it?
Yeah, it's the last.
I'm getting emotional.
Technically, it is. It's the last day,
it's
right?
Time for Smart Game Face of the Day. Team SMX, y'all know the drill. We've been laying down the rules for y'all months at a time now. All you got to do, flash the hashtag PowerSmart on your devices, use a green background just to make sure. And when you get it put on ya, put on that face.
Oh.
You get that redeemable in-game code. Ask Mommy Doris from Echo.
The Echo Cheer Master coming up with some of the iconic Echo cheers. Some of it's still in workshop mode.
Yeah.
But we
They're
heard
working
it.
through it. They're working through
I was
it.
gonna
And
say.
I love it already. Take it out of beta. Release it. Publish it.
Yeah, some of them made a debut at playoffs.
Yeah.
I feel like by the time we get to maybe for MSC, and like depending on how many orcas, you know, fly out and go there, but by season 12, they have like a playlist of Echo cheers. Led.
Soon enough, you're going to see it on your favorite music streaming apps.
Yeah, I was thinking I was thinking the exact same thing.
That you
I
can
would.
listen, you know, to while you're working out, maybe.
I would. Get me pumped up.
There it is.
Lakas ng Pinas. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right, back into the game here. Drafting phase onto us. Folks, Blacklist chose to go blue this time around as they ban out the Franco and the Kaja. Echo goes ahead and, despite switching sides, goes ahead and continues to ban out the Estes and the Joy.
Yeah. I was actually thinking that Echo might be a little bit more confident with playing against the Estes this time around and ban the Faramis instead. And then for sure, I think Echo is going to be taking out the 1-1, most likely. However, the Estes ban, I believe, so warranted because of the performance of Oh My Venus, not in the regular season, but in this playoffs. With I don't know what happened. It seems like they remembered again how to dominate with an Estes pick, and they did exactly that multiple times. Blacklist International, great ban here on the Lancelot after the game that Carl Teasy had. Of course, Echo will ban out here the 1-1. So, will this be, again, Fredrin, Glue, Valentina, and Arlot all still available here, and it's going to be the Glue as the first pick. Fredrin is open now for Echo. I'd want to see them take away the Valentina, but I wouldn't be surprised if they actually decide to take out the Eve by picking it up themselves, just so that it doesn't go into the hands of you.
Solid. Good, good calls there. Again, you know, we've been watching these two teams battle it out for months now. And although we've seen some different, I would say, I don't know if some people want to call them cheese stretch, pocket strategies, but they've been pulled out. But more or less, this is kind of what you expect too, right? Blacklist International, if the Faramis is going to be open, there it is. It's locked in, paired with the Farsa here.
I was going to say, instead of stealing away the Faramis, they steal away the Eve and then just let Blacklist go roughshod, whatever. MTB, Coach Dex, you can do whatever you want. And they give over this mid-lane duo. So at least now, despite Blacklist getting their hands on what they actually want, Echo now know what that mid-lane duo is.
Exactly. And they can go for a gold lane pickup here, or they can use this slot for a surprise pick if they want to go into the second phase so that they can target the pick of Al freely. But no, they decide, we need to go for surprises. Let's go for comfort. They pick up the Lapu-Lapu, and of course, you're going to take out the Claude in this scenario. The Claude with the rest of the lineup of Blacklist just gels so well. And considering the Echo has the Eve, they don't want to go up against that. Now, will they take out a Moskov? Will they take out a Beatrix on the side away from Blacklist International?
The design is very M4.
Yeah.
Looking at that first phase for Echo, the design is very M4.
Yeah, it is. You know, especially with the fact that you've got the Lapu-Lapu there. Anytime, you know, Sanford gets his hands on this, I think that's what people have is flashbacks of M4, man.
Yeah.
You know, because of the just the way that he plays this hero alone. So already, you know, final bans coming out here for the second phase. That was the Akai being taken out here as the jungle options kind of get whittled down a little bit. But that's what I'm wondering too, you know. Do we see Wise kind of go back to those pocket picks of himself? We have previously seen even the Baksha pop up worked really well for them, especially the way they like to change that play style from game to game. But right now, the Lolita is that last ban, and the response for the first pick of the second phase from Echo is the Beatrix.
Okay, so Blacklist International might avoid or will try as much as possible to pick a marksman that would want to pick up, or that can pick up a Purifier rather, because the Yaoi pickup here might be a big one. With all these heroes gone, Franco, Kaja, Kufra, Lolita, Hakayawi, the Cho is still available for him if he wants to. So Blacklist picks here will determine if you can pick that up, as Baksha and Carry are the pickups here for Blacklist. Cho, Atlas, traditional tanks, if they want to go down that route, is available for Echo.
And again, if it's the Atlas, it skews the battle spell choices. Expect to see a Purify. And when that happens, at some point it's a crapshoot. Hey look, some old friends. It's Cap, it's Coach, it's Hito, and it's the GOAT, who just recently, actually on social media, passed the torch. Reebok called Carl the GOAT.
The passing, I was going to say the passing of the GOAT, but I guess I don't know. The passing of the GOAT torch.
Works out for me.
Does that work?
I'm pretty sure the passing of a GOAT is like, what do you call that, a traditional marriage
somewhere.
Yeah.
Thing
somewhere
to
in the
do.
world.
Yeah.
Yeah, GOAT is common pasture. Last pick up here for Echo. That's the Yaoi pick. It's the Grok.
Yeah. They pick up the Grok, of course. They just wanted access onto the Farsa. They need that Scepter. So, and it seems like they're not confident to play the Cho or an Atlas in that scenario because of one of the options that you mentioned, to consider the skewing of the battle spells. Purifies might be forced out here. So Grok instead. seems to be the safer pick and choice for Echo.
Can I just ask, why have we not seen Atlas pop up?
As often.
At all? Like, has he popped up at all in the playoffs?
Once in the Echo RSG matchup earlier.
earlier.
Okay, so
just
like
once.
You know, that's
Just
surprising.
once.
Because it just seems like a good option, but I guess, you know, maybe he's not so great in the meta right now.
Yeah, no, again, the fact that he skews the way you engage, and I don't know, it might be too honest. That's the problem earlier. It was too honest, and teams just had an answer. Going into game 2, this time around, look at this. The double XP lane start from Blacklist is back.
There it is. We were looking for it earlier. Smart adjustment here for Blacklist. It'll delay Sanford, make Edward be more present throughout the map. Oh My Venus gets the middle minion wave to hit number 2. And again, because of the XP lane siege minion, that's how you get quick level 2s across these 3 members of Blacklist and those positions that you see right now.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's, oh, already Sanji's going to have to burn that flicker early on. So already a minor win here for Blacklist International, but nothing, you know, nothing crazy just yet.
They're not letting Echo's main artery breathe. They feigned the XP pressure and then like, nope, Sanji, Yaoi, you'll watch yourselves.
Yeah, Blacklist, with how aggressive they're going around the map, the rotational speed of one Baksha, Blacklist can play like how Echo played earlier. Play fast, play aggressive. And it seems like with the rotations of UNO My Venus, yeah, they understand, okay, we can build up, speed up Owl. This carry is a comfort and at this point, a signature pick for the gold laner of Blacklist.
I like it. And right now, all this leading up into the first turtle of the game here. They can find any advantage, right? But mostly looking for those level 4s. Definitely going to want to contest this one compared to what we saw in the previous game, right? Where Blacklist just kind of gave those up. So already they're going to go and clash it out. Into the river they go. Quite low is Sanford. And he will fall. First blood being drawn by Blacklist International. And now Turtle also for the taking here. But Carl Tizzy and Yaoi still in the zone. Edward going to use the split, gets the Appraiser's Wrath out as well. They're a little bit outnumbered. Here they come. Feathered Airstrike used as well. And Carl Tizzy will fall. Sanji unleashing on Edward with the real world manipulation. Can't dodge it enough. He's still alive for a little bit longer. Sanji on the run. Edward, though, still trying to get away. Yaoi had to use the flicker. And Sanji grabs the killing blow.
Turtle's still withstanding. And the thing is, Agent Zero, yeah, he was going to die anyways, so minor win for Blacklist. They bought time there.
I love what Sanford did there. He really waited and held on to the Bravest Fighter activations because he was waiting for the immunity that the Faramis ult gives a team if it's expended way too early. Once that was gone, he was able to deal the damage and get a crucial kill there for Echo, but Blacklist played that so well also.
Well, now they're going to go for it again. Turtle going to reset. Still no one claiming the first one of the game. Just showing how much objective focus they're going to be here. Who grabs it? It's Carl Tizzy securing the turtle. Blacklist International still wants to fight. Edward going to bring Carl Tizzy back here. The damage is there. He will fall. Sanford going to jump in. Wise quite low. 40 goes. He gets Yue. Now Wise on the run here. Sanford still up. 2 versus 1. Split going to be used here. He will get whittled down. He falls Wise. Gets taken down with the auto attack. Sanji with another kill.
It's weird. Our most peaceful lane is the gold lane.
Yeah.
They live in an island.
Opposite of what happened earlier in game number 1. I like the decision making of these two teams, knowing that, okay, they can fight in certain scenarios. It'll be worse if we actually don't fight and just back off. It's not that it's messy, it's just calculated how these two teams are fighting right now early on in this game number 2. Sanji with an Ice Queen wand should help with the speed that Blacklist International has and the mobility that they have in fights, especially up against Wise's Baksha, who's trying to look for Benny Cutie.
Yeah, he's going to find the stun on Benny Cutie, but should be fine. Yaoi there, thankfully for him as well. So, results into nothing, but like you guys mentioned, little cheeky stop there from Benny Cutie.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? We mentioned how Golden is relatively peaceful.
Yeah.
Echo and Blacklist say, you know what? Let's bring the party over there. Turtle is spawning, so expect that in the next 30 seconds to a minute, that's where things are going to get rowdy. What can we expect in this XP lane duel? Because look, Sanford in the first 5 minutes of this game has been instrumental, has been super important in Echo clapping back. regaining this lead. And, oh, caught easy! Grand Theft Orange!
Yeah, he's going to just take that away.
What steal.
Anytime he can, he's going to do it.
My buff.
Carl Teasy gets it, and that'll help the tempering of the rotational speed of Wise's back shot. But again, it's still a very close game. Even without an orange buff, it's not a massive loss. He's not dependent on it, but it is still a very small win regardless. They still have to watch out for the objective. Finds Wise.
Wise going to come crashing in. They get the flicker out from Sanji. Still going to be fighting for the turtle here. Conceal play going to be used. Yawi charges in with a wild charge. The damage isn't enough. Colt Alter going to come down, still fighting for it. Going to be cut off with the Guardian's barrier, and Wise will fall. Turtle secured by Echo.
The Guardian's barrier. Perfect placement there by Yawi, because it looked bad for Echo because the Queen held on to her Cult Altar for so long, maximizing the hell out of that, but one Guardian's barrier was enough. Blacklist could not have dodged into it, and after that turtle wins for Echo across the map. Mid lane and top lane, outer turrets are down for Blacklist.
Engagement could come out of nowhere here. Echo can force the issue. They're about 2K ahead, 6 minutes in. So far, there was a little bit of speed bump going into game 2, but no, Echo, if I'm not mistaken, is still going off of Echo Express. They've taken their momentum from game 1. Despite Blacklist readjusting to their speed, they might have gotten gassed here. They might have been caught out of their breath.
Echo, how they're playing right now, despite Blacklist taking it to them, and Blacklist are making the right calls with taking the fight to Echo, just trying to outmaneuver them, beat them, outclass them. But Echo are the ones who are doing that in the most recent sequences that we've seen in the game. 2.5k gold lead, not that difficult to get past. They just need to watch out and wait for some key abilities outside from Echo and then engage.
Yeah, that's the thing too, right? With this lineup that Blacklist International has, you are able to be very mobile, move around the map, play to the objective, but Owl going to be in trouble. Once again, the flicker comes out. We've seen Sanford do it before. He did it again. There's the wild charge from Yawi. Benny Cutie going to follow up. Oh My Venus will fall in the jungle. Echo furthering the Express down the tracks.
They're just pushing the advantage here. They know. Renmar, was it just a minute ago you said it was 2.5k? Nothing to worry about? It's ballooning to 4!
Yeah, and now you gotta worry if you're Blacklist International, because this means Echo can just continue to freely play aggressive in your own jungle, but Wise will try to look for Sanji.
Wise gonna find Sanji, gets the flicker down. Oh My Venus though quite low, has to use the Colt Altar. There goes Sanford, jumping in with the bravest fighter, will find the Queen. She falls, and now this is the green light for Echo to take the Lord.
Wow.
Turtle.
Echo. Lord Turtle.
Lord Turtle.
He has a title.
It's that quick, man. That's how fast this game has gone. You could have sworn it was a Lord.
Oh no, Owl! Looks like it's going to be another possible quick game here. Echo pressing on the gas.
Oh, King Wise caught here in an Echo sandwich. Find Sanji again.
They're going to find Sanji. There they go with a wild charge. Can they follow up on the kills here? Sanji does fall, but Sanford once again proving massive. Benny Cutie will get another kill. The chase for Wise. UA there to help him out. Wise quite tanky enough, but Carl Teasy now joining the fight, gets the taunt off. Benny Cutie getting the shots with Renner. There's the Appraiser's Wrath, and it'll be a mega kill for Benny Cutie.
Oh, dear Lord. You see how potent that shotgun is? Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen a Wesker do work, but Owl felt that.
Actually, it's something Benny Cutie likes to do. I even noticed that starting at M4, in certain moments, he does favor that shotgun just to get that sure kill. And that was a nice switch up. Great call by Benny Cutie to switch up the guns there. Malefic Roar is the item he has, and no wonder the damage coming out of that Bader's in the lead. Owl still struggling, just picked up the golden staff though, but the rest of Blacklist needs to catch up in terms of items. Look at the difference between the two mid laners. Only a Clock of Destiny there for Yue. The damage on this Farsa, you'll barely feel it at this point. But look at the items on Sanji already onto the glowing wand. You know, favorite item of the Eve.
And the thing about the Eve here this time around is it's been a prime target for Blacklist International. Weirdly enough, it's Wise who's actually given this task. But the fact is, Sanji can just keep counting on his flicker, and so far, it's worked.
Yeah, he's been great with the flicker, even the last game. And proving here as well, Benny Cutie able to pick up the Haas Claws, going to extend his already phenomenal gameplay and positioning on this Beatrix.
Haas Claws plus Wesker, imagine that.
Yeah.
It's like he has a cult altar of his own.
Man, that Beatrix really needs to be spotted out by Blacklist, but how can they? Seems like it might get to the point where if Blacklist can extend the team fight long enough so that it's Benny Cutie left alone or with just another member of Echo, that's how they'll try to get to him. Man, Echo and their Echo Express just acknowledging their power spikes, knowing that after a key victory, a certain point in the game, after that turtle, they made the right calls, pushed top, pushed mid, and then they just continued it. And now a comeback by Blacklist looks extremely difficult.
Man, they're circling their prey, much like the killer whales that they are. The school of orcas are outside the base of Blacks International, the base of the agents. Oh, man. You can hear it. It's
You
so
literally
real, you can hear it.
You can hear it from Renmar right now. Conceal play going to be used. Oh, he's going to go in, finds targets. No stun going to be there. Immortality will come down. Lord still being up here. They have to deal with this. They will lose the inhibitor turrets. Bottom, mid, top lane stands. Echo, do they want to go for more? Sanford going to jump in with the bravest fighter.
Watch
the
out!
flicker comes in.
Morty!
Chasing Bravo! Will find him before he falls himself. And they're happy with it. Edward trying to buy some time, but Benny Cutie unleashing the damage. And Oh My Venus will go down. Now Edward going to be the next target. Benny Cutie is unstoppable. Echo looking to end game 2 here. UA in trouble. Will heal back up. It's Wise defending the crystal. Echo a couple hits away and they do it. They take game 2.
Shades of M4. I hate to say it, folks, but this is exactly how we felt. Calling that match in Sinayan, Tennyson Door. Echo is at 2-0 in this best of 7.
World Championship form for the reigning world champions. It's only 2 games. It's the best of 7. But this is how you start a long series against your rivals in dominating fashion.
Folks, another revelation. This is how ready Echo is. This is the furthest any team in the Season 11 playoffs has taken Blacks International. Every single series they played so far, opponents have only gotten 1 game. This is as far as it gets.
And not only that, but you got to say, it was dominating both games. You know, it was literally the Echo Express, and they never let up. And Blacklist International for both games now could not find the answers they were looking for in either of those games to really turn the tides. And so what is the answer there, you know, as they get prepped up, as we look towards game 3 ahead of us before all this?
You know, going back again to what we just witnessed, especially that game number 2, because of how Echo are playing and Blacklist confident in their own team fighting abilities, which they should be, one of the reasons why Echo got a massive win after that turtle, getting down the mid turret and the top turret, is because Blacklist weren't managing their minion waves as well as they could have. So Blacklist International, before they go into a fight against Echo, need to really watch their minion wave management. Because if they lose that fight, and Echo were managing the minion waves much better, Echo will get a massive win out of it.
And how Echo did that is actually very, very meticulously. Unlike a Baksha, the Fredrin has to actually, with a lot of swag, walk towards these major objectives and these rotations. So that's Echo outplaying Blacklist or out-macroing them on another level because of the fact that they force them to not pay attention to these waves.
Yeah, it's insane how it worked. And again, there was a point in time where there was 3 levels on Wise, and that just kind of paints the picture.
That's difficult. We'll throw it over to the Mimi duo at the analyst stand to break down game number 2. It's your turn, fellas. Talk to us.
Seems like Echo is finding the groove and finding their momentum against Blacklist International as they secured a 2-0 lead versus Blacklist. Mirko, this is quite familiar for you. You know, this is the rematch between Blacklist and Echo in M4, which is sad because you don't have your team there representing your country.
Hey, man, okay, stop right there. It's fine, it's fine. But you're right, it is very, very deja vu-ish, right? 2-0 start for Echo right now. Sanford and Lapu to add salt to the wound as well. So it really seems like, again, they have Blacklist's number right now. What does Blacklist need to do to come back at it?
You know, the thing is, Blacklist, they had a draft down, right? This is the typical Ube composition and strategy that we're used to seeing. But it felt like Echo, they know the limits of the composition. Like, they started slow. You mentioned this earlier when we were discussing behind the camera. They start slow. And the thing is, they don't want to give any form of momentum towards Blacklist International. And when they were able to get their resource up, get the levels on Benecuti, they ramped up. And I feel like it has something to do with the gameplay of Yawi on the Grok. He closed down business. He literally closed down Yawi's food hub against Blacklist International and did not give any form of free farm towards the gold laner.
Definitely no farm at all. So much space given as well because of just the little mechanics that he's able to pull off. Amazing walls throughout. A lot of people, take advantage of the wild charge, the power of nature, but that barrier for Yawi, it's another CC/zoning ability that he utilizes so well in these team fights. I think a couple of times Blacklist International were completely zoned out from the Lord Pit actually because of a well-placed wall. We've seen this throughout the regular season, and we also mentioned it earlier when it was the last pick for Echo. We were thinking, maybe they need some more AoE CC, something like an Atlas, but hey, that can be purified. The Grok, a bit too instant to be purified.
Yeah, even if you purify, the positioning is there for Echo. And I love the start that Echo managed to pull off. Again, with the minion thing that Yawi did, it felt like he found the ingredient against Ubi's strategy. You don't fight Blacklist, you fight the minions. You control the resources that Blacklist gets. And even if Blacklist gets to the turtle first, you try to contest it as much as you can. Because the thing about Echo's lineup is that their scaling, it's linear. They're still strong at mid-game. Even if we give up some kills in the start, as long as Blacklist does not get a turtle for free, they're going to be able to get that power spike even much faster compared to what Blacklist is supposed to do. Like, say you can imagine Blacklist ramping up towards the late game, but you also have to go towards where Echo is really strong in the mid game. So it's kind of like trading the idea of resources that Wise is used to doing. Echo took that personally and made a macro decision. Hey, let's not be passive here. Let's try to fight against Blacklist International so that we stop any form of momentum that we can get. And when they were able to get the resources up on Benecuti, that's where things start to go out of control for Blacklist International. Every lane was visited by the Orcas.
Why that can happen is honestly, again, from the mid-control that Echo will not let go. Blacklist International, they came up with a few new adjustments here in game number 2 with the draft coming in. They already picked up a Farsa, a lot of mid-control with the Faramis into the roam, and even the Baxia. So they have a lot of mobility that they didn't have in game number 1. But Echo, they're always a step ahead, right? They pick up the Yi, but they go for another dynamic here with Grok in the mid lane. Again, easily clearing out waves, and obviously that barrier can stop the mid waves from coming down, and it automatically just builds up to Echo's push in the end. For Blacklist International as well, you can really see it here from the teamfight participation. It feels like Owl is a bit too passive this game. We mentioned that maybe it's because of the matchups that we've given him so many times, but I think for the sake of it, right? Sanford is your MVP for game number 2.
Relive the moment where Sanford brought chaos to Indonesia. Now he's bringing chaos towards Blacklist International. Again, you mentioned the presence of the Lapu-Lapu. That final kill onto the carry, albeit some might say it's a little bit unnecessary, but it adds to style points for Echo. And you know what? That's what Echo is known for. The style of the kills that they make, the ability to find kills where nobody could find it. And Sanford seems to have this constant ability to make kills happen for the squad. And it feels like the shutdown came from this man alone. Like, we saw a team fight in the mid lane where Blacklist International grouped up. They were able to take one kill on Echo. But Sanford was like, hey, I remember this moment. I'm always at this moment. I see 4 heroes, I jump. I take 2 heroes, and suddenly it's the end of the game.
As someone once said, right, he knows exactly what to do. And in that particular situation, he did as well. I think it's completely necessary, honestly. Looking at it, getting the carry down in a high ground defense, but all throughout the game, you could see the adjustments made by Blacklist International. This wasn't the same game, though it was the same outcome. Blacklist International made a few of the right adjustments, but it's a bit too steady and it's a bit too slow. They got the early game, but in the mid game, they still were actually just brought into that chaos that Echo constantly pushes onto you.
they did a fantastic job on holding Echo before they get to that point where momentum is just on their side. Yue was doing a fantastic job on the far side, but again, as you mentioned, it feels like there is a certain aspect or department on the side of Blacklist that is severely lacking. It is the presence of the gold laner. Maybe it's because of the matchup between the Beatrix and the carry. That's why I feel like Echo is prioritizing these aggressive gold laners like the Harriets, the Lunox, even the Mincitars, because they figured out that late game, yes, it's a it's a thing that they need to contest, the carry and Claude matchup, but Echo synergizes with this hero pretty well. Like the Beatrix, again, we discussed it earlier when Benacute was able to get his items by minute 8. Echo was everywhere. They were all over the map, and Blacklist International, they were trying to find more resources, more farm for Owl, but it did not happen because Echo was always in the face of the carry. Sanford, personally, was always in front of Owl.
We gotta give massive props to Coach Tic Tac, man, because we keep on bringing up the drafts, the winning lanes, and it's all set up by Coach Tic Tac, right? You could see, again, just how it ultimately works in the end, coming together in a very chaotic mess. Even in the last team fight, it was chaotic.
Yeah, this is game number 2 for Echo, a victory for the Orcas. Now, I've learned this on Twitter, so let us ramp up the energy of the agents. Blacklist! There you go, one more time. Blacklist! Hey, how about the other side?
Hey, all right, let's try it. Ladies and gentlemen, Echo loud! Echo loud!
Ooh, let's see if Echo will be able to get to the match point. As again, they are now 2-0. It feels like they have something figured out against Blacklist International. But hey, the agents always make amazing comebacks in a very long series. Again, this is a best-of-7 match. Adjustments could still come a long way for Blacklist. But before anything else, let's head on over to our courtside. Odin, take us away.
Hi everyone! Magandang gabi! Dahil dyan, buhay na buhay pa ang mga agents! Mag-ingay! Hi everyone! This is your very own Odin at kasama ko ngayon ang buff ng Blacklist International. Walang iba kundi si Coach Bonchan, si Oheb, and si Uncle Eson. Kumusta naman ang mga na-rester reveal for this season? Kumusta po kayo?
Masaya yung pagkakapahinga namin. Although, nandito pa rin talaga kami para buong pusong suportahan yung Blacklist International.
Yun, kahit nagpahinga kayo, nandito pa rin kayo to support. And gusto kong matanong si Oheb. Hi Oheb, kumusta
Hello.
yung run mo sa MDL?
Okay lang.
Okay lang. And kasama mo doon si Owl, di ba? So nung nalaman mo na aangat siya dito sa MPL, ano ang ni-advise mo sa kanya?
Sabi ko, kayang-kaya niya yan lahat, kahit sino.
Oy, kayang-kaya daw ni Owl kahit sino, di ba, agents? Oheb, di ba usapan na natin yung gold standard at tinaguri ang si Keller daw ang gold standard. Ano naman masasabi mo doon?
Kaya all nga, di siya nanalo eh.
Oy! Oy! Sheesh! So tingin mo kaya ni Owl itong game na to?
Siyempre, kayang-kaya yan.
Iba talaga si Oheb. So I have to go with you, Coach Bon. Mainit din yung mga usapan, di ba? Nung una, parang sinabi na humina daw yung Blacklist International. And sa playoffs daw, sila ang unang malalaglag. Pero nakita naman natin, nandito sila ngayon. Battling para sa championship. Ano masasabi niyo doon, Coach?
Di naman nabago yun para sa amin. I mean, since Season 7 naman, ganun yung prediction na hindi man kami aabot ng playoffs hanggang sa nag-S8 na hindi, sa S7 lang kayo. Hanggang sa nag-S10 na wala na, tapos na yung era nyo. Hanggang ngayon sa pagdating ng S11 na una kayong malalaglag, hanggang pang third lang kayo, yun na lang kaya nyo. Pero yan, nandun pa din talaga sa final. Sinasabi, basang-basa na, pero ayun, patuloy pa rin yung paglaban.
Uy, may puso pa rin! Ang Blacklist International! Lumalaban pa! And we are now at 2-0 at lumalamang ang Echo ngayon. Uncle Eson, ano sa tingin mo ang dapat gawin ng Blacklist International para makabawi sila sa mga susunod na serye?
Pairalan lang nila, puso lang. Kayang-kaya pa yan, matagal pa yung laban.
Tagal pa ang laban! Sa inyong prediction, aabot ba to ng Game 7?
Paabutin natin para sulit yung ticket.
Hoy, sulit ang init! Pampaganda ng documentary. Ang dami pa ring agents dito, no? Ano naman masasabi nyo na ang dami pa rin sumusuporta sa Blacklist International?
Sobrang thankful talaga kami sa Blacklist Agents dahil although nung regular season ay sobrang shaky ng naging start ng team namin, hanggang pagdating ng playoffs, talagang buong puso nilang sinuportahan. Halos nga 3/4 ng tao sa venue talagang agent. So sobrang pasasalamat talaga namin dahil doon nagmumula yung lakas namin.
Okay, bago natin i-throw sa casters, hinga natin kayo ng cheer. Sabay-sabay natin sabihin Blacklist at sasagot naman ang ating mga agents. 3, 2, 1.
Blacklist!
Maraming salamat po. Kaya naman, balik muna sa inyo, casters.
Thank you so much. Lovely to hear from Odin from the sides as well. Joined by former members of Blacks International. Happy to see my baby brother again. Nice to see Oheb in here.
I was gonna say, man, you know, there's a lot of just, I was gonna say power, like power in this room, in the stadium, not only the audience, right, but just the amount of players visiting, really showing their support. Because again, this is now a 2-0 series, right? It is a best-of-7, Midnight and Mirko mentioned. Hey, there's a lot of time here. But eventually, if Echo gets another game like they had the previous ones, they're going to be at match point.
Regardless of who wins tonight's championship, the hashtag Taon ng Tagumpay continues. Support our Cebol men and women MLBB delegates in the upcoming 32nd SEA Games, happening from May 11th to 14th in Phnom Penh, Cambodia. Go for gold. Now, that being said, I invite everybody to hashtag Muling Lumakad Matatag, and that means march strong once again, because we've been winning golds since 2019.
Major tournaments, international, although we did have IESF. But of course, other than that,
we don't talk about that one.
We don't talk about that one. I mean, World Championship, gold medals for sure. And yeah, these are, when you think about the excellence of the Philippines, especially for a lot of the newer fans of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, a lot of them think about these two. They think about Blacklist International, they think about Echo. So we enter the game number 3, the draft again. Wow, how Echo have been drafting this has just been near immaculate. Getting the right picks, but most importantly, of course, against Blacklist International, you can outdraft them. Can you outplay them? So far, Echo are. Their management of minion waves, their management of the map, and most specifically, the targeting, not only in team fights, but at the specific moments in the game when players are just trying to rotate or trying to lane, it's just so great, and hence why the key players, the rookies in Blacklist International, in Yue and Owl, have been struggling so far this series.
Yeah, they've had a hard time, right? There's been a lot of focus there, and I think even in this case, with these last 2 bans here for the first phase, Echo might be trying to get the Joy ban out or even priority it, right? There's the Valentina. They focus on that. So the option is here. Does Blacklist International take out the Joy? Because if they don't, most likely it's going to be priority pick for Echo, because we've seen how much havoc that one hero can cause, unless they have a different plan, right? But we'll see how this last ban comes out from Blacklist.
Last ban. Oh, wow. This is the first time I've seen a lot of Francos and Kajas.
That's right.
Oh.
That's right. This is the Wild West approach to drafting. And they attack Carl TZ's hero pool here, taking out the Lancelot.
Time to drop the
Of course.
There it is.
Also,
like I mentioned,
the elephant in the room, the joy in the room, the Leonin in the room.
Yeah, finally opened up here in this game. And now Kaja makes perfect sense right now for Blacklist International. They don't have to worry about giving away the suppress to Echo. If Blacklist don't pick up the Kaja here, Echo will pick it up. And I don't think Blacklist want to do that. So this could be Kaja Fredrin. Or maybe, I wonder if they're willing to Eve into this Joy.
Kaja Eve.
Kaja Eve, yeah. Classic combo as well with all the slows that they have, almost a sure catch. And it is disruptive to have the Echo playstyle, but no, it's Fredrin, Kaja. It has to be, right?
Hey,
it's not?
They decided to opt for the, I thought it said E for a second. They opted for the Farsa here.
So the threat here is if Echo pick up the Kaja, does Oh My Venus have a Franco? Because you can't have one of the other. Are they going to force Echo to go into the second phase and not pick up either? Are they treating each like such a commodity?
Maybe. I feel like right now they're just deciding who's going to bite the bait of Kaja's open, who's going to pick it first. But at the same time, if this is going to be a Kaja for Echo, I wouldn't be surprised if Blacklist just go ahead and pick up a Lolita later on. Or actually even in the third, because it could get banned out. No one's picking up Kaja. And now actually, yeah, Blacklist will even think about picking up the Kaja because it's up against an Eve.
Something tells me Coach Treb and Coach Tick are looking at each other and saying, yo, that's the bait. This is the MTB Gambit. This is the Dexstar Gambit.
Yeah.
I get it. They both get it. This is a chess match among world-class coaches, world-class teams. No! And they're doing just that! The Kaja and the Franco go into the second phase!
Okay, does that mean that then, do they even want to go towards like, okay, Kaja on the board possibly for Blacklist, but like Renmar mentioned, it's not the best option.
That's right.
You know, going against the Eve because
Window closed.
Yeah, window's kind of closed there. So now, do we see these bans still targeting those roam options for Blacklist International from Echo?
Yeah, they might take out Lolita, the counter engage, but then it's up against an Akai. Of course, Blacklist will take out the Franco here. They might consider one banner No My Venus, but maybe a banner and an Owl hero might be better. Such as this, they take away the Melissa. Melissa, Farsa together are a fantastic combo, and it's a really good front line here for Blacklist International. Blacklist decide to take out the Kaja, so it becomes a second phase ban for Blacklist.
They weren't going to pick it anyways.
Yeah, so it's a restructuring of orders, of bans and pickings for both teams. And again, I'm still so surprised that no one bit the bait here. And maybe we'll see at the end of this draft who that benefits more.
Yep. Who did it paid off for?
Yeah, I'm wondering if, you know, with now that the bans here are done, what exactly does Yaoi want to play?
Might end up with a Kufra.
Kufra,
Or
yeah.
I'm not turning off the idea of, whoa, what if Benny Cutie goes Lunox? But then that's a lot of magic damage, and then Yaoi goes Rome Akai. But considering that it's a Fredrin.
I've been waiting for too long.
What if they go Hayabusa for Girl TZ?
Not impossible. Yeah. That's a couple of solid soft targets already.
Okay.
And there it is, Yaoi's Cho, or as they say, Cho's Yaoi.
Yeah. And it's a Matilda
Oh,
pickup.
Classic.
Classic. This is what Blacklist likes to play, use up against lineups like this that they're up against. But right now, this puts a lot of pressure on Edward and Wise. If Blacklist don't have okay, respectable early to mid game here, that means Edward and Wise were just punished hard. They're going to be holding a lot of the front lines.
Yeah, I think for Blacklist International, if they can at least, let's say early game, have an okay rotation in the jungle, deal with it, but also not let the Joy just kind of wreak havoc. That's exactly what she's drafted for early on and why she's so priority for a lot of teams, because you can actually do so much with that Joy pick, especially towards the back lines here. So you got to be able to cover your bases, and at the same time, man, we know how much damage this Cho is going to be able to do.
Yeah.
If Yaoi is Cho, Carl is Lancelot, then Oh My Venus is Matilda and or Estes. So that's how textbook and that's how meaningful this draft has become for both teams. Again, Blacklist up against the wall, currently not on the board just yet. Let's get into game 3.
Management of the early to mid game here is crucial for Echo because of the two main pieces that they have in the Eve and the Beatrix. Sanford taking a bit of damage, or a lot of damage there from Edward.
This is dangerous.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Yue was going to try to put some pressure up there, but, you know, they already got the word, so Sanford's going to back off.
Yeah, but even though he goes back, because of when he completed the recall animation, as the minion awaits responding, he'll be able to get back in time without that big of a problem, without Edward getting anything actually on the shields. But this rotation of Blacklist is smart. Wise going out first there, but Yaoi Kaltizi responds in turn 2 closer up top.
So about a minute until the turtle comes out, and yeah, checking in for the first minute of this game, Blacklist reverts to the non-double XP lane start. So we've seen both kinds of the Ube strat in Season 11 come through, and Echo had an answer for both.
Exactly. And now, still slow and steady for both. Gonna be watching out. Ooh.
Yeah.
I like what Wise did there. That was a smart use of the dashes that he had.
Oh,
he
he might get punished here. He's not going to be able to get away from this one. Wise will go down. First blood in the hands of Carl TZ. 15 seconds away from the first turtle of the game. So little advantage already starting for Echo.
Good news, Wise gonna make it back for the turtle take. Bad news, you don't want your jungler dying this early.
That was uncharacteristic of Wise for that to happen. But here comes Edward. Oh, they might be able to contest.
Edward going to come in, does have that level 4. Uses the final slash, but also still going to be fighting for the turtle. Sanji dropping the real world manipulation. Here comes Sanford. They're going to go in. Carl T's able to secure it. There's the way of the dragon. Wise going to be cut off here. Sanford popping the beats here. No one going to fall. Turtle secure for Echo.
Wow. I really thought Blacklist were going to take that.
Clean.
But Echo decided to stick and fight. And Sanji's real-world manipulation was crucial there as well. And, of course, the timing of the entry of Sanford. The Sansan duo came in big in that crucial first turtle.
That's what makes the Sansan duo so dangerous. The fact that it's an XP laner and a mid laner that's so in sync, that's so mechanically gifted, it just shrinks the opponent's window of opportunity. The mechanics and the game IQ of these two.
And because of the pressure and control of the map, Yawi with a kick!
Yawi gonna get the kick off. He isn't gonna be able to follow up though just yet. Gets stopped by Wise. There you go. Circle League gonna come down. Yawi chunked down. Still okay. Now Benny Cutie forcing the flicker out. Carl Teasy comes through with the heavy spin. Sanji will capitalize on the kill. And now it's Wise in UA. And also Owl making his way. They're going to back off.
This is exactly how Echo wants it. They've been playing the same way since game 1, into game 2, into game 3. Quick, hard, fast, and messy.
To add injury to injury, as that entire sequence was happening, Owl was just solo killed by Benny Cutie.
Before the whole sequence.
Yeah. Before the whole sequence, actually. And this is, again, just Echo continuing their best qualities in game 1 and game number 2. And Blacklist just trying to readjust and answer to it. Echo right now still in the flow and in the zone. Blacklist, what else could they do here to actually turn the ties, a counter punish onto a failed Yaoi attempt probably. But right now, with the lineup and the positioning of Sanji and the timing of entry of Carl Teasy,
oh Lord,
Echo are making sure they have those insurance plans.
Oh, Wise going to be forced out from his orange buff. He might still be able to get it, but look at that. Sanford going to hold him. Forced back to the base, going to lose his buff. Meanwhile, Turtle now up here, second one of the game. UA now getting a position. Oh my Venus holding down the front. The damage is there. The stun comes through. They get the flicker out from Yaoi. So he at least does not have that available. Echo still going back and forth. Edward now in Wise here. They also get the heavy spin out from Carl TZ. This could be a take for the Turtle. Final slash going to come through. Sanji has the flicker. Here comes Sanford dancing on the queen. She will fall. Still Wise in position. Here Carl TZ does it again. And now they force Blacklist International back here. Appraiser's Wrath going to come down, but he gets kicked to the team, and Benny Cutie gets the kill.
Deja vu. That's a replay, but with more this time around from that initial sequence in the first turtle.
Paint this image in your head, folks. A killer whale, an orca in the seas, ridden by a goat. Carl Teasy again winning a retribution duel against Wise. And again, the factor of the Sanford late entry coming in big. And the response of Echo, Benny Cutie timing up that snipe with the kick of Yaoi.
Whoever will try to engage into turtle fights the way Carl TZ does here, I give you fair warning. Not everybody can do the same thing, especially if you don't have the same sync as Carl TZ does with the rest of Echo.
Yeah, and even in that fight, he didn't have the heavy spin because he had to use it early, right? So the fact that he's actually able to still accomplish that is insane and speaks volumes for exactly how much skill Carl TZ has here. So right now, it's Blacklist International, familiar territory from the previous 2 games, working against this Echo Express. Yaoi was looking for an angle, but they're going to focus on the tier 1. Carl TZ comes in with the heavy spin. Meanwhile, on the backside, Sanford will push him back too. No one's going to fall, though. A fight for a resource here could ensue. Yaoi gets the G-Kundo up. Now, Sanford once again going to force back Wise from his buff. Still might have to go for it. Can't get it.
Oh, our buff, says Carl TZ.
Man, Echo, their layering of abilities is brilliant right now. And Yaoi, it's like he knows one of the conditions of Blacklist is, all right, counter punish a failed Yaoi attempt. G-Kundo pickoff attempt.
We get it. It's what it is.
Yeah.
Everybody understands.
Yeah. And Yaoi held on to it, as you pointed out there, Naisu. the discipline on Yaoi to not pull the trigger there.
Yeah, still, once again, there's the trigger. Y's going to be the one to get kicked. Sanford heading for Yue. Carl Teasy secures another turtle. Y's going to fall here. Oh my goodness, on the run. Can't get away from Sanji. 2 down, looking for a third. Here comes Carl once again. Sanji and Benikini making their way. Owls in trouble. Now Yue. The storm comes through.
First the king and the queen, and then the rest of the cavalry. Edward.
Legend Agent Zero. 1 versus multiple. Still 1 hit away. Bob and Weaving can't get away. Sanford gets the kill.
Try as he did, Edward will fall to 4 and Echo 7.3K and counting gold lead. Not even 9 minutes in this game, it's 10-1. Everything Blacklist want to do to gain control, to turn it around, just keeps getting stopped over and over again by Echo. Their layering of entries, abilities, and timing. Yaoi with a kick!
Yaoi gonna get the way of the dragon once again off. The follow-up damage is gonna be there. They unleash. Carl Teasy finds the lockdown on Edward. The damage comes through. Benny Cutie with another kill.
Gentlemen, is it just me or is the Echo Express getting faster and faster throughout the series? 7K, almost 8K gold lead now, just about 8 minutes and just approaching 8 minutes and 30 seconds in.
The funny thing is, that was a miscalculation by Benny Cutie's Bennett's Rage, because it did not hit Wise at all. It actually friendly fired himself, but of course no friendly fire in MLBB. But it's just Carl Teasy entering perfectly again with that heavy spin.
That's just how much damage Echo's presenting. He miffed, but they got it anyways.
Yaoi once again finding Owl here, but no follow-up to follow this time. He will get punished. Blacklist International finding a mistake. They're still gonna go. Oh my Venus comes through with a circling eagle. Sanji gonna be in trouble. Owl, here comes Sanford chasing him down. They pay him back, but it's 2 down. Heavy spin, finding 2. Oh my Venus down, Edward to follow. You can't stop the storm.
Double sandwich play into a 2-for-3 trade. Started out bad. They gave up the playmaker, but Echo comes out with more on the way out.
This isn't just the Echo Express now. Inside the train, if you look at one of the train carriages, there's an Echo buffet. The sandwiches that they've been dishing out to Blacklist International throughout this series. The late entries again. Benny Cutie making the most out of his dashes. He did not need to use Flicker in that scenario when we thought Blacklist found the perfect way to capitalize on an Echo mistake.
Oh, Renmar. Nice. It's about to happen again.
They're going to try to cut him off here. Turret a couple hits away. They find the lockdown on Edward. He's got to flicker around. Can they survive this? Sanford goes in with a vengeance. The follow through with Yaoi. Wise is in trouble. Triple kill for Benny Cutie again. The guy is massive.
The Echo Express, as you put it, in one carriage has a buffet, in another, a full ecosystem. It's like Snowpiercer in here, fam.
In the Philippines, you only got 2 seasons, dry and wet. Benny Cutie the Storm, he's wet right now. This is a wet performance, 8-0-6. This is just an absolute dismantling of Blacklist International. A Blacklist that looks so dominant in the playoffs. Echo, what are they on?
Where were these Orcas in the early days of the playoffs? Did it take their longtime rival Blast International to unlock this level of gameplay? Oh no!
Oh, they're still going to be going. Carl Teasy has to heavy spin on the defense. He will get shut down by Owl. Still, Lord going to be up here. Echo trying to think twice. They will be fended off. Blacklist International deals with the base siege.
Despite the 10K gold lead, Blacks International defended amazingly.
Oh my God!
Oh!
You can't dodge that, I guess.
You can't defend that way if your farce is down like that. Where did that come from?
There's a sniper in the building. What in the heck? The Void Crystal from the Eve. Right at the tip. Sanji was like, all right, Benny, I'll set you up. The burn. Ooh, it's hot. It's hot.
Oh, Lord. He's wet and he's hot.
There's a whole lot.
Ouch. You catch a fever that way. That's how you get sick.
Yep. Fun fact, for the people coming here for M5, gotta avoid that. But now, let's see if Blacklist can avoid getting set up by Echo yet again. Edward, though, we got to commend his final slash. Another snipe coming in from Benny. But those are little windows that Echo still, even with this crazy of a lead, cannot afford to give. You have to be careful. That was a fantastic final slash by Edward.
About 30 seconds away from a Luminous Lord. So again, the same situation as in games in this series prior. Not much for Blacklist. Yeah, they're getting kills, but not a single turret. Nice to look. Just that one turret up top. But it's still standing. It still counts.
It's technically still up, right? I know it's a one hit away, but as of right now, Blacklist doesn't have any objectives really for their favor, right? Now they're dealing with almost a 12K gold lead. And just these kind of check shots coming out from Benny Cutie are enough to deal with here for Blacklist International. They're probably just going to have to give up this Lord as well and hope for a defense of a lifetime.
Sanford clearing the minion wave like he did, even checking just in case. The minion waves up top, pushing there for Echo, definitely a free Lord. And now Blacklist will have to hope they have enough firepower, that they can layer their abilities well enough to punish what will be, most likely, a very aggressive entry here by Echo.
Okay, so good news. Blacklist has amazing Highland defense. They're rocking that carry, they're rocking that Farsa. If they need to, bob and weave inside their own base, they have the Matilda, amazing final slash on Edward, the potential for the taunt. But that's best case scenario. I'm not so sure Echo's just going to allow all those layerings to come in at the right time because they're such great spoilers. They can play at their tempo. Again, Yawi on the show. That alone has to be a threat.
We posed the question earlier, the possibility of Yawi going back on one of his signature heroes. The Echo M4 skin that I'm pretty sure we'll be getting. But now with the Siege, what can Blacklist do?
Here they go. Yawi's going to decide to go in. Finds a way the dragon. Oh my, Venus going to fall. Carl Teasy on the backside plus Sanford forcing him back. Benny Cutie going to flicker in. It's not enough for Blacklist. Another triple comes through. And now Echo finds him at match point.
The Orcas threaten. Match point. 3-0 in a best of 7. I said it again. From Jakarta to here, Blacklist has to pull something out right here, right now.
It has to be at this moment. You do not want to be in this scenario. Backs against the wall, against a team known for taking it to their opponents when they sense weakness, when they sense vulnerability, they will pounce. One more game potentially, one more game.
What's going on? You gotta wonder, what's going on in the camp of Blacks International?
I don't know, man. Now it's 3 games in a row where they've just been taken by the Echo Express. And they have no response on how to get off of it. And because every game up to this point, there hasn't been really a time where they've had that lead.
Tit for tat, draft, gameplay, execution, I'd say even mental. Echo has them trumped.
Yeah. There's something about right now how the members of Blacklist are moving. It's still the tight, the formations are there, but then the moments where players being able to pull out some creative tricks like, what do you call it, improvisational skills, there we go. Moments of improvisation. Yes, thank you, there, words. It seems like Blacklist are falling short in that scenario, and Echo are just pouncing on it. It's a hesitation slightly from Blacklist. We have a term here in the Philippines. The aura of Echo may be a bit too much.
I have to say, that's right, especially for the rookies. You're watching Yue, you're watching Owl.
Yeah.
They're not exactly playing the way they have in the first few days of the playoffs. Now let's throw it over to our analysts. They're going to try to break it down here. Let's talk about Game 3.
Sanford, Benny, Sanji, Cortese, and Yawi. They are styling on Blacklist International. It's happening again midnight.
Man, the Filipino casters have said it. Holy sheesh.
Wow.
It was, I would say, an outclass and an outdraft. A mix of both. And, you know, it has to start with the ideology again of Echo. They just kept on running and running and running against Blacklist International. We mentioned earlier, well, we did discuss earlier behind the cameras that Blacklist, they don't have any answers against this first pick Joy. And this was something that was done against them yesterday when they were fighting against RSG. And Echo, they did have the Beatrix once again in this game, which propelled them towards the mid-game success that they had on game number 2. And it feels like, again, I have to say this, I have to be brutally honest. It seems like Echo has figured out Blacklist International.
It really does, right? I mean, if you look at the drafts as well, it feels like for Blacklist International, they're more concerned of team synergy and how the composition actually works together than they are of the winning matchups. That's ultimately giving Echo so much of an upper edge in the early game through these lanes. Beatrix versus carry, Owl. Every single game on the carry, Beatrix. We've seen it 2 games now. It's been the Beatrix just heavily forcing him out of lane. Not even just using the lead to go for a siege. No, he's actually utilizing the wave manipulation to bully the carry out, to get a 2,000, 1,000 gold lead on the board in the start of the game against that carry.
Yeah, you know, I'm a jungler player. I know jungle matchups. It's Akai versus Predrin. We saw this from Sensui. It is a great answer versus the Predrin against objectives because you do have that heavy spin, but you also mentioned that there is a factor between the Beatrix and carry matchup.
It's just super hard already, right? And if you take into account the fact that Echo picked up that Cho and even the Akai, so much more CC, that kind of forces the carry to go for Purify. We mentioned it, he needs to go for the Flicker, and that he did. He went for the Flicker, but even then, it was not enough. They had so much mobility on Echo. It wasn't a one-dimensional draft. Yaoi was able to constantly find those crazy G-Kundos, and at this point, how do you stop this man, right? You play with a lot of anti-CC, maybe a Purify, a few?
Well, the thing is, even with a Purify, it didn't feel like Blacklist had enough tools against Echo because when we saw these skirmishes earlier, the team fights, like how Echo addressed Blacklist OB composition is just overload them with highlights, you know? Every targets on the side of Blacklist International have individual marks on them. Sanford has his own target, Cartesi has his own target, Sanji has his own target, and of course, Benicuri, well, he's targeting everybody on the side of Blacklist International, especially when he targeted Owl inside the base. He threaded 2 heroes to get a snipe onto Owl.
Threaded the needle on a Beatrix, and it's not even a signature pick, right? Benicuri absolutely popping off, but what I do want to mention is the fact that Echo played against the Ube to perfection. You mentioned a bit of it, but I really want to emphasize that top lane play where usually, you don't want to do that against Blacklist. You do not want to go 1 by 1, but they went in 1 by 1. They all just baited out resources, distracted, and gave their main 2 carries, Sanford and Benny, in that particular matchup, in that top lane skirmish, so much room to play. Because Sanji was the bait. You don't usually see this, but Echo, they're able to do it.
He was like, okay, I can turn. I have reload manipulation. I have shields. I have CC immunity. What do you have? You have damage on carry? Okay, I'll kill the carry. He turned, and after that, Echo was able to find an immaculate team fight that set him up for success. Again, the pin down from Carl Tizzy. 2 heroes against Blacklist, and he does this constantly, even during the Turtle and Lord fights. The heavy spin is a valuable resource on the side of Echo because it allows you to basically reposition your heroes, reset the fight, and also control the movements of Blacklist International. This is the concept of displacement. You know, having this on the side of Echo alongside an Eve and a Joy, it's hard to counter that if you're a Blacklist because you only have 1 save, and that is on the Mathilda. And even the Mathilda was not able to save a lot of heroes on this matchup because there is that follow-up snipe coming out from the Benicuri.
What's strange as well is the fact that Blacklist International are just leaning onto, in my opinion, their default, their template here. They're not really getting creative at all. And that creativity was really why they were able to make it up into the upper brackets. First though, your MVP, it's Sanji for game number 3. And yeah, he played the Eve as a distraction in that top lane. He was the tank, man.
Yeah. He was like, okay, my highlights, it's not going to be kills. It's going to be setups. Like the amount of setups that I can bring for Echo because I have 4 playmaking heroes. I am not going to be greedy. I can set up for kills. I can turn team fights around because the thing is, Carl TZ, when he uses that heavy spin, that's the last resource for a team fight. But if we use the real world manipulation first, how does Blacklist fight? How do they come into us? There's no possible way for Blacklist to fight into Echo with that setup without having to commit a lot of resource. And again, the carry, he seems too passive. Without the flicker, it feels like Blacklist cannot fight 5v5 at all against this lineup.
We kind of mentioned this as well while we were discussing in the game there. Sanji on the Eve, very dynamic. What enables him to be able to make these kind of plays happen, the adaptive maneuvers, right? Whether he uses the ultimate first or whether he waits till the end to deal damage. That's just basic mechanics, you gotta say it. Mechanical displays were shown off the entire game. From Carl Teasy winning the 50-50 retry battles, to them getting so many pin downs, to the crazy Benny Cutie snipe that threaded the needle. It was just Echo, styling, and outplaying Blacklist International.
Yeah, looking good in, the team fights that Echo pulled off against Blacklist International, they were really patient. And the amount of slows that is coming out from the Eve alongside the Ice Queen 1 really punishes the thread and pick of Blacklist International. And Wise didn't have a good game here. It's not because of the playstyle, but because of the genius behind the ideology of the clashes from Echo. And we see Blacklist International try to retaliate, but where's the damage? Where is the scaling power of the carry when you have this amplified presence coming out from the Beatrix, which just steamrolls over your lineup? And even if you do find that pickup on the Beatrix, again, there is a lot of re-engage factor coming out from Echo. Blacklist did, however, find some few kills on the bottom lane, but Yaoi was always consistently finding good pickoffs with a kick flicker, and this was the team fight that we were talking about earlier. The pin down from Carl Teasy setting up the success here for Echo, and this was allowed by the setup from Sanji's Eve.
A few times, right? This happened, and again, you can see the Eve just using the real-world manipulation as, you know, the last sort of damage here to actually enable Benny Cutie to get that triple kill, and this is it.
There you
the
go.
Needle thread from Benny and Sanji. The coordination from this team, at this point, I don't even think it's them communicating. It's just them understanding what they want to do. It's like, got telepathy, man.
Well, you know what? We have a term for that. It's called the House of Highlights. You know, Echo are used to doing so many highlights of their own. We saw so many from a single team fight. Like, yes, Blacklist finds a kill, but 4 heroes looks for highlights of their own.
Exactly, and again, the systematic playstyle that Blacklist International are trying to utilize here isn't working. They need to, in my opinion, again, stay creative, utilize what made them so great to get into the upper bracket finals, to get into the grand finals, and it is with Edward playing the winning matchup. Get Edward a winning matchup and play for Edward. He will be able to create the space for the team to inevitably make the plays to end the game.
Yep, if Blacklist International wants to come back from the score of Echo, they have to mount a 4-0 version of their own, and they have to break the chaos that Echo is bringing forward to the table here in this grand finals. We will find out if Echo is able to take it all the way from Blacklist, but before that, let's talk to Mara Aquino first for some few icebreakers here.
Hindi lang sa loob ng lineup doon nagkakatunanan ng ating mga manlalaro, pati na rin ang ating mga manonood dito sa SMX Convention Center. We have Etomax, Coach Bakbet, Hito, Rivo, and Chaknu. Chaknu, huwag ka magtago. Dito ka. Si Chaknu laging Chaknu, okay, ito. Gusto namin malaman kung anong koponan ba ang pambato mo.
Ano ba tayo? Echo.
Sa Echo.
Ano ba tayo?
Malilito ka ata eh. Okay, Hito, ikaw.
Ako, before mag-start yung Grand Finals, Blacklist ako eh. Pero ngayon nag 3-0 na, Echo ako, Echo. Echo proud! Echo birds! Yan, Echo.
Rivo, kanino ka?
Siyempre, Echo, nandyan si The Goat Carl.
Siyempre. Saan ka? Etomax.
Blacklist, siyempre, sila yung tumalo sa amin. Gusto namin sila yung mag-champion.
Gusto mo yung tumalo mag-champion. Coach Bakbet.
Ako, Blacklist din kasi, fan ako ng reverse sweep eh.
Fan ng reverse sweep, okay. How about this? Ipagmayabang nyo yung pambato nyo. Dahil mas marami kayo muna magsimula.
Sinabi mo, Bakbet reverse sweep eh. Hindi nga kayo maka-reverse sweep sa Blacklist.
Oy! Coach, what do you have to say to that?
Okay lang, ano na lang. babawi na lang next season.
Tapos, ipagmayabang mo yung pambato mo.
Ito, feeling ko kaya pa naman ng Blacklist. Kailangan lang nila ng bagong timpla kasi 3-0 na nga yung game. Tsaka kailangan nila ng mag-adjust. Sobrang ganda ng ginagawa ng Echo. Kailangan nilang mas pag-aralan pa.
Sabi niya, gawin mo daw flip-top. Sige nga, ito Max. Ikaw yung mag-flip-top dyan.
Okay lang. Kahit down sila ng 0-3. 6 out of 7 finals appearance naman yung BYs.
6 out of 7 grand finals ang BYs. What you got?
Naalala nyo guys yung Season 7, Execration versus Blacklist. Sila yung ni-reverse sweep ng Blacklist. Paano ba naman kasi Game 7, pinikan ng high-low si Chakno, naka-revitalize. Ayun, bagsak.
Ipagmayabang mo naman ang Echo. Chakno, sige nga, pagmayabang mo yung Echo. Pambato mo, Echo, di ba?
Yan, guys.
Pribo, anong masasabi mo?
Wala, champion na to, Echo.
It's that simple daw para sa kanya.
Kaya pa yan, maraming reverse sweep na nangyayari. Tsaka, kaya pa ng Blacklist.
Tinalo kami ng Blacklist, kailangan nila mag-champion dito.
Okay. So we're trying to settle that here. We're gonna settle that in the Land of Dawn. Pero ito, Coach, gaano ba kahirap pag 3-0 ka na ma-reverse? How hard is that mentally? What do you think is happening right now?
Actually, yung mga ganyang down ka ng 0-3 tapos last win na lang yung kalaban, sobrang hirap niyan kasi ang dami mong parang titignan factors Siyempre yung mental ng mga players. Also, yung mga strat na saan kayo nagkulang. So, may mga babaguhin sila dyan na halimbawa sa mga bands nila, pwedeng may mga i-open na sila na heroes. Sobrang hirap talaga. Pero pagka na-come up nila to, yung nasolusyonan nila itong Game 4, possible magtuloy-tuloy na yan. Kasi ibig sabihin na hanap na nila yung tamang solusyon.
Now we're gonna see if we need just one more game or is this gonna be a reverse sweep? Chakno, dito ka. Babalik na tayo sa ating casters. So ibato mo sa kanila the way you do it, okay? Go ahead.
Casters, pasok.
That's another dream come true. Earlier thrown over by Kyrie, now by the Mamba?
We're blessed.
Oh, so blessed. I'm not sure if it's raining outside, but it's raining blessings in here.
I love it. But speaking of rain, man, the agents are in for quite a ride. I don't think they expected this. None of us expected this.
Yeah.
And Coach Etomax actually put it best. When you're down 0-3, it's extremely difficult. He knows exactly what he's talking about, both as a coach and as a former player.
Yeah, you got to think about the mental of the players, how big of an impact. Because, again, this isn't like, honestly, it wasn't a 3-0 where every game was neck and neck. We're talking about dominant games from Echo. The Echo Express just taking Blacklist International for a ride. So it's like, what do we do? There's so many boxes that need to be looked at, that need to be checked here for Blacklist International.
And I believe that's a question that just keeps rolling over and over again in the heads of Blacklist. What do we do? What do we draft? What do we ban? In the potential last ban of our series, it's Blacklist on the blue side, again deciding to take away the Franco and Kaja, going back to a familiar pattern of drafting.
Okay, I'm happy. Again, just putting myself in the shoes of Blacklist International and their fans, because this is where they kind of got a little too experimental from Game 3. They tried to pull off the Grok and Kaja gambit. Now they're playing close to the chest, and they take out Sanford's favorite, the Lapu Lapu. While Echo play about the same way, and they open up a winning lane for Agent Zero. Does Echo oblige with a Faramis?
Yeah, if I'm Echo here, yes. But then their gold laner and or jungler needs to be dealing magic damage. Faramis couldn't be the only source of magic damage, but no. Okay, there's still room for a Faramis here, but the even Lancelot together, great pickups. Now, the fact that it's a Lapu ban potentially might mean it's a Yuzhong for Sanford, depending on the picks here of Blacklist. And there it is, right away. Of course they pick it up. Faramis Valentina by Black.
They deny it.
They deny it. I love this too, because in a way, even though the Lapu Lapu was banned, another standout hero for Sanford was this Yu Zhang pick. So now he has it. And again, this is the Lancelot, the Eve here. Solid choices already for Echo. Is this enough, though, for Blacklist International for the first phase? Because even, we heard from Midnight and Mirko, and they're like, hey, let Edward play. Let him get that winning lane if he can. Well, how does this match up against the Yu Zhang here?
Well, Blacklist will need to help the Yu Zhang if they want to activate it more. At the end of the day, it might just end up becoming a dead lane between these two. But I see the double XP start happening again here for Blacklist, just to delay Sanford a little bit. We saw earlier Sanford have a monster performance, an MVP one against RSG Slate Philippines. Blacklist will try to do everything they can to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Blacklist can do one thing here. They get to ban out the Cho.
Yeah.
Very important thing to do. Again, very few commandments in MLBB that you have to follow. Clear your waves, check your maps, and ban Yaoi's Cho.
Well, they don't. They decide to ban the Beatrix here. So we'll see. Again, if that is the option, if that's locked in, it's not out of the realm of possibility that Benny Cutie just decides to go with something non-traditional. The 1-1, the Claude, the Beatrix are all taken out. We haven't seen him this series yet play the Brody. That's still available.
Yeah, Brody. But I'm feeling spicy here for Echo. Hearth or Lunox? Up against a Glue.
Mm-hmm.
The Order of Brilliance going to be up against, and it's Darren.
There it is.
All right, not too far off.
Not too far off.
It's a gold lane mage, but it's one that's worked all throughout today in the hands of Benedict Gonzalez, Benny Cutie. He picks up the Harith, and now Blacklist closing up their draft, putting the Fredrin in the hands of Wise, and of course, Owl's signature. If there is a clutch gene in the rookie gold laner of Blacks International, it has to be activated right now.
Part of me thinks this might actually be more of another roamer.
Oh.
It's a Valier. What a pick. Now, this, it's a 100% win rate with 2 picks this season.
Was that in the hands of Yaoi?
One of them was in the hands of Yaoi. I'm not entirely sure if it was both, but I wouldn't be surprised if it is.
Isn't Yaoi the one that brought it out in Season 10 playoffs?
Yes, exactly in this situation as well. In a series against Blacks International, of the 2 that they won, one, he was playing a Valier roam.
This is a lineup that Echo drafted to end quick. The Valier roam, though, Yaoi needs to be careful, because if not, it puts more pressure onto Sanford, and specifically Carl TZ, to be the pseudo-roamer frontliners for Echo. But if they pull this off, it will be an utterly devastating loss for Blacklist and a quick one for Echo.
Already, I'm going to help Blacklist troubleshoot. I suggest invest in your tough boots. Invest in, this is, if you're going to buy an early rated armor, this might be that game.
I was going to say, there's literally 3 sources of magic damage, I believe, here. So, you're going to be able to want to rush those items to kind of survive that onslaught of magic damage.
Yeah, the pairing for Valier is usually this. Back in Season 10, it was the Lilia in the Grand Finals, and Echo won that game with that. Earlier in the season, they went Valier and Eve. A lot of slows, a lot of pokes that the roaming mid 3 of Blacklist needs to watch out for here.
Here we see the double XP lane rotation, the trademark for Blacklist in the playoffs, while Echo maintains their tempo. So far, nothing out of the ordinary, a minute in.
Oh, they knew Yaoi was going to be extended a little bit there. He had to flick around. First blood going to be drawn by Edward. Already off to a good start here. They get the figure out from Yue, but look at Carl TZ forcing out that as well.
This is what I'm talking about when it comes to the risk of the Valier pickup. If you get caught, you will get punished. Up against a Faramis, an Eve, and Edward who got out of lane quickly. Yaoi needs to watch out for that. He can't overextend and be forced to use his flicker in those scenarios so early.
About 30 seconds before the first hurdle of the game. SMX is shaking. Agents all over the world are trembling. They are sending out their energy to the Season 10 champions. This shouldn't end in a sweep, they say, as we have about a quarter of a minute before the first hurdle. Look how deep Wise is. This is a newfound confidence in Blacklist throughout the series.
Yeah, and even with your backs against the wall, you gotta be like this. You can't hesitate to try and get vision. See what you can do to disrupt See there the disruptive nature of the Eve and Valier combo together. Oh My Venus will struggle a bit in the laning phase. First turtle up, Edward's alone.
All right, Sanford already going to go in the dragon form. Going to force Edward back a little bit here. Looks like Blacklist just going to give up that first turtle. Really don't want to get further behind. They're holding on to a very small lead. And Echo will secure that first objective of the game.
Yeah, but I got eyes on the one true king. Look at King Wise. I wonder if Carl knows. I wonder if the rest of Echo knows what he's up to.
Yeah, he's about to check it. Oh, he won't be able to steal it in time.
Oh, they do have an idea. Now Wise going to be in a bad position here. 3 versus 1. Here comes Oh My Venus trying to help out. Yawi will get punished. But Wise falls as well on top of it. The 1-for-1 trade.
Just a moment too late with the cult altar by the queen. Couldn't save her king.
Wait, he committed Grand Theft Orange. Our buff, says Wise.
Yeah, he was able to steal it away from Carl Teasy. Carl Teasy, will he get pulled?
Okay, he's going to execution out of there. Still, this is exactly what Wise has to do. Like you mentioned, you know, he's got to have kind of that swag to him, not only because he's playing the Fredrin here, but also given the situation, right? Carl Teasy, for the most part of this series, has been all over the place, especially in the jungle of Blacklist International.
And you mentioned this, Renmar. Prior to loading into the game, he has to act as that pseudo-roamer. Get a little hyperactive because, again, Yawi can only really commit his skills. But when he does, it hurts.
Right now, though, in the XP lane, and the question of Glue versus Yu Zhong, we feel Edward more in the map, but the pressure that Sanford is applying into the lane means Edward's always forced to go back and rotate just to clear the minion waves. Sanford not going to be roaming to mid here. Thought he would. Try to find a pick, but the minion waves don't have that in favor for him. Both teams tried to go for a topside sequence, but thanks to Vision, both teams back off. It's going to be back to the mid and the jungle again. That's been the hot spot for this game so far.
And here we go. Now focus on the top side. Owl in trouble.
Oh,
2
no.
versus 1. Has to flicker out. A little bit of burn there. No follow-up with the kill just yet. And the rest of the members, Blacklist International, able to help him out. Meanwhile, Turtle being worked on. Looks like multiple members of Echo should be able to secure this one. Second one for them of the game. But Wise goes in with the Praiser's Wrath. Yawi going to be in trouble. One hit away. Wise couldn't get the kill.
Oh, wow. But in this sequence, check out Wise. He stole Carl Teasy's orange as the rest of Blacklist pressure the gold lane.
Yeah, while Echo were getting the turtle, Wise decides to invade again.
Oh, he's
Small
going to
wins.
cut
Here
them
comes
off.
Carl.
Here comes Carl. Do they have the follow-up they're going to be looking for? No, they don't, so they back off.
Okay, Sanford has the Hunter Strike. The combos will be deadly. Coming in from the Yu Zhong now. Now Echo still a very close game. Despite everything, Blacklist are handling this game so far beautifully. Little wins. The reason why it's only a small lead for Echo is that Blacklist, they're invading the jungle, but this is going to be a big change of our scenario. As the top lane will get pressured, Ao loses his turret, and that's going to be Benny Cutie out of lane first.
This tier 1 push up top is going to make this turtle coming up in about a minute all the more easy for Blacklist to just let go. Because given this small lead by Echo, yeah, Blacklist looking much better now. It's still a turtle that they can't really contest.
Echo, let's see if they can find a pick before this. That will be the goal. Find a pick. Force out an ultimate, a key ability before this turtle starts. 35 seconds though, Sanji pressing the issue. UN has an ultimate. Wise going in.
Okay, Wise going to go in. He's going to find Yawi here. He will fall. Sanford already using the dragon form. Going to find 2 members. Gets the petrify off. 2-2 fall for Blacklist. Still going to be looking for the fight. Yue trying to help the team here. Benny Cutie with the Zaman Force. They're going to be focusing down Wise. He's a couple hits away. Will fall. So it's a trade here. Echo coming out on top.
Eventually, a messy engage. Echo comes out with more than what they paid with.
Yeah, Echo, late entry. Seems like Blacklist again just completely forgot about the Yu Zhong. They committed a lot to get Yaoi correctly, yes, but they committed so many abilities that once the Black Dragon flew in, it all took one combo to take down 2.
Oh, Owl going to be in trouble again. Oh My Venus has to use the flicker and the Cult Altar, but Sanji dropping down the real-world manipulation. The Queen will fall, plus the turret.
Again, this is just Echo pushing the tempo. Yeah, for the first 5 minutes, They had to play footsies. They had to temper their expectations and say, okay, looks like Blacklist came to play. But now, we're back in about the same situation. Echo are in the driver's seat.
Sanford and his late entry in that last sequence meant that Minion waits. Oh wait, no, here comes Echo again.
He's going to come through again. Wise fighting for that purple buff. Rest of the Echo squad here. Now Edward going to come in with the glue. Split activated.
Ooh.
Quite a few stuns coming out. Prazer's Wrath going to be burned as Benny Cutie comes through with his Amen Force, finding Wise. And Wise falls again in the jungle here.
Next up on the docket, going to be this mid lane. Tier 1.
Oh my Venus. Gonna be in trouble. Carl Teasy looking for the kill here. Sanji drops down the RWM. And another objective. Turret will fall in the mid lane.
Owl left a fat wave down bottom. I wonder if it's actually going to cave.
Yeah, pretty sure that turret's going to go down there. And at that point, it's just Blacklist saying, we got to try to pull something here. Try to get a little bit more farm for a gold laner. And yes, it was a loss in the mid. But at this point, that's what they can get. That's all what they have to do. 1,400 and counting. It's a goal difference between Benny Cutie and Owl, with Benny Cutie in the lead.
Fellas, spot the double Radiance armors coming in from Edward and Oh My Venus. I expect more to come up. It looks like Wise is on the way to his.
Good itemization there by Blacklist. And I think that's what Echo will be watching out for and considering. But considering the spike that Echo has hit, Ben Cutie already has the Holy Crystal. As long as Echo don't lose a massive, doesn't suffer a massive loss, they can continue this. But Blacklist are in close enough gold territory to actually turn this around.
Yeah, they actually want to go ahead and contest this one. Lord was started up. Carl T's going to focus on Wise. They want to get the jungler down. Colt Alter comes through. Is it enough though? Wise will fall. Owl tries to find the angle, not going to be able to find it instead. He's bobbing his weaving, but it's not enough. Yaoi has the slows there, followed by Sanji, and Owl runs away. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Sanford pushes UA back. And now it's Carl Teasy and Oh My Venus on the run. Sanford falls. They're split up everywhere. The Queen goes down. Carl Teasy able to find the kill. And now do they decide to take the Lord?
Divide and conquer. Echo split up the map, and again, Blacklist was the one who scattered out. That was an engagement that Blacklist read as, all right, we can take this, we can take this. And so far, what has been bought for the Codebreakers is at least a Lord that they can maybe dance for.
Wise has struggled in retro duels against Carl TZ this entire series so far. A win here could be massive for Blacklist. But ultimates are up across the board. Cult Alter, that's what we're waiting for here. But is it going to be a full commit? Look at where Owl is. He's up top. Echo, do they sense it? What happens now?
Sanford going to use the Dragon Form, pushing Blacklist International back here. Lord's going to go ahead and reset a little bit. Owl, like you said, in the top side, not here for this fight. Wise still showing face. Zaman Force and the RWM going to come out. Ooh. Edward trying to buy a little bit of time here. Owl making his way to the fight. Appraiser's Wrath comes down. Sanford quite low, trying to escape the fight. Edward takes down Benny Cutie. Now Yaoi's in trouble. Owl gets a kill here. And it's Echo with a blunder. And now Blacklist International looking to punish. Sanford trying to get back to base. Carl Teasy, nowhere to go, even with the help of Sanji, and they turn it around. Blacklist now has a go at the Lord.
The defending champions are feeling it. SMX is feeling it. They have shrank that 2K gold lead now to about 300 as they make a beeline for the Lord. They take it.
Blacklist International, a weight off of their shoulders. A massive win. We said it was turn around the ball, and they found the turnaround. The late entry by Owl, though they were split, Blacklist held on, and Echo will now try to defend against the Codebreakers, against the defending champs.
It seemed like it was a engagement or scenario in the making the first time it happened, because again, it was the same split by Echo. They won that first time around, but Blacklist, they figured out, they understood. And this time around, when it actually mattered, when it led into this first Lord, Blacklist got it right.
Their individual decision making in that team fight to hold on for as long as they could, avoiding the key abilities, watching out for Echo, What a response by the defending champions.
Here's the response from Echo. They're going to force it down. Dragon Form going to come out looking for Yue here. He's in trouble. Colt Alter goes through, but it's not going to be enough. Owl trying to hold on. Carl Teasy on the hunt. Zaman forced to follow. Echo still looking for more, pushing him and holding him back here in the mid lane.
Man, you've got to wonder. Blacklist had the gold lead here, but they were still able to light Yue up despite having a Cold Altar. Where did the damage come from?
The patience of Sanford to really hold on. The poke damage coming in from the Valier and the Eve. Sanford and his Black Dragon Form not going down right away, really saving it for the key targets, and Owl and Yue was the key.
So now they've overloaded the lone physical damage defense item in Blacklist arsenal. I guess you're right, Reptar. You have to watch out now for Sanford, for Carl Teasy, because it's not just about magic.
Carl Teasy once again putting the pressure here in the mid lane. Execution comes through. Edward has to split. Wise waiting patiently there. Echo just getting some information. Again, it's still a minute till that next Lord comes up here as both teams look for establishing presence.
This is the strongest Blacklist has looked. This is the closest this series has looked. One mistake, one error, one right call might be the difference between game number 5 or a championship now in a sweep for Echo. The tension in the air is high here. You have to watch out for the entries, the timing of Oh My Venus' Cult Altar, who Edward grabs onto. If Owl can keep himself alive, if Benny Cutie can keep that Purify for the best possible moment.
Lord here in about 10 seconds, putting theory into practice. Edward is going to be one key way for Blacklist to cut straight into Echo's formation, because again, in that first Lord take, it was Edward, Agent Zero, who was actually threatening a grab into whoever's soft enough. And to be fair, amongst Echo, they're all pretty soft.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be making a play here, trying to cut off Echo. But it's going to get spotted out as both teams going to clash in, sandwich each other. Owl caught off from the team. He's in trouble. Benny Cutie will get the kill. Colt Alter already used. And just like that, Echo knows they have the numbers advantage and go for the Lord.
They can't take any fights without Owl.
The carry falls, and that might be the error and the catch that we were talking about. This Lord will be uncontested. What can Echo make out of this? This is still a close game.
All right. Looking back at the history of this series, in the past 3 games that we played, Echo have made devastating developments with their Luminous Lords. So I'm thinking, where else? How deep can Blacklist dig? Because they still have their inhibitors. There's still a couple of tier 2 standing. So I'm guessing this will be a very defendable Lord.
Yeah. Defendable. Is it? Echo, is this it? Let's watch out.
Gonna find out here. Mid lane. Lord making its way. Sanford using the Dragon Form. Already gonna force back Yue and the rest of the team. Colt Alter comes out too. Looking to end the game possibly here. They know the Colt Alter's down. Wise will fall. Echo still healthy. Happy to deal with it. Lord will go down. Do they focus on the next inhibitor turret? Waves pushing in. Wise is not here. Echo now gets rid of the bottom lane inhibitor turret. Still possibly holding on. Eyes set on the next turret.
Minions are huge.
Minions coming through. They get the flicker out. Benny Cutie with his Almond Force pushing them back. Blacklist International's in trouble. Immortality gonna come through. There's Sanji once again. Yue has to get out. Sanji gets the kill. And now Blacklist is falling apart. Carl Teasy. And it looks like they're gonna do it. It's deja vu. They sweep Blacklist.
We are still in the age of the Orca. Your MPL Philippines Season 11 champions are Echo.
Knocked down to the lower bracket, brought to their limit. the reigning world champions found the heart, will, and skill to taste the sweet kiss of destiny yet again. The Age of Orca stands undisputed. Champions of the world, champions of the Philippines!
And with this victory, and with this repeat of what went down in Tennis Indoor Senayan in Jakarta, Indonesia, Echo can also now make the run for a Grand Slam in MSC.
Man, both teams going to be fighting for that, the Grand Slam, but it's Echo just showing how dominant they are. And really, yes, that game 4 was a little bit closer for Blacklist International, but it just didn't work out for them there, and Echo comes through again with the Echo Express.
Now that we're living in this moment, there's a lot of talk on social media saying, is Echo Blacklist's kryptonite? Despite their long rivalry, despite this now being a trilogy, is Echo truly the one to take down the Codebreakers?
The story isn't done yet. The story will keep on telling. MSC and Cambodia looms over both of these two teams. This was a team, Blacklist International, that was counted out. No one thought they'd make it this far. No one thought. And with a bow, they will bow out. Swept yet again by Echo. I'm looking forward to what they will do for us, the Philippines, in MSC. But it is Echo's moment now.
It's no secret that these two are some of the best in the world. And here in the home of champions, they have proven their mettle. Let's throw it over to Mara Aquino on stage.
He will be representing us in the upcoming MSC 2023. And now, SMX Convention Center. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to our MPL Philippines Season 11 champion, Echo! Now to present the award, may we call on stage the head of prepaid category of Smart Communications Inc., Mr. Lloyd R. Manaloto. Now our players will be awarded medals to commemorate this momentous victory. Go ahead, guys, claim your medals. Sanji, Carl Teasy, Yowie, Sanford, Benny Cutie, Gian, Coach Trevor, and Coach TikTok. Congratulations! Guys, come on over here. I would just like to get a message from you. Yowie, champion! Congratulations!
Thank you po. Thank you so much sa mga di nawala suportahan kami tsaka simula nung pagkatalo namin sa upper bracket. Ang dami niyo sobra, mahal na mahal namin kayo.
Carl TZ, nangongolekta ka na ng mga awards, ng mga medals. Anong masasabi mo na champion ka muli ngayon para sa MPL Philippines?
Masaya lang po.
Reswell, Irad.
Benny Cutie, what do you have to say? Congratulations! Ang ganda ng run mo ngayong Season 11. And now you have another medal.
Sobrang, ano po, sobrang saya ko po na nakapag-champion na rin sa MPL and dinededicate ko talaga to para sa girlfriend ko, pati sa baby namin, kay 1-1.
Masaya po, pero thank you po sa mga pumunta dito and sa mga sumuporta sa amin. And para sa inyo po itong championship na to.
Sobrang salamat sa mga fans namin dyan na pumunta dito sa venue kahit na napunta kami sa lower bracket. Ang dami nyo pa rin sumusuporta sa amin. Salamat din sa mga teammates ko kahit na down ako nung malapit na yung playoffs. Tinulungan talaga nila ako para mapaglaro ko ng maayos.
And that's what teammates are for. And now, it is time to award our Grand Finals MVP. Who do you think it is? And now, our finals MVP is... Congratulations, Sanford! Sanford is now getting the recognition he deserves. Discovered at 14 years old, he played for 3 seasons in the MPL with a World Championship under his belt and is now crowned as the champion and finals MVP for MPL Philippines Season 11. Sanford, congratulations! Mukhang hindi mo ata in-expect na ikaw yung mananalo
Kasi binubuhat lang po ako ng team ko kasi lakas po nila.
And now, pagkatapos ng 3 seasons sa MPL, may championship ka na sa World at ngayon ikaw ang finals MVP. How do you feel?
Wala po akong masabi. Basta sana kung panaginip man po ito, sana din ako magising.
Once again, everybody, give it up for our MPL Philippines Season 11 champion, Echo! And you may all pose for a photo op. Go ahead. Echo, the reigning world champion, is now the MPL Philippines Season 11 champion. Echo Express or Echo System, fast-paced or slow and methodical, the Orcas prove that they can dominate in any type of play style. Echo has made so many outplays in this Grand Finals, showing both their genius and talent combined. And now, Echo, it is time to raise your trophy in 3, 2, 1. Congratulations! Echo is our Season 11 champion and our representative for the MSC 2023. They have now another chance to prove kung gaano nga ba kalakas ang Pinas sa Cambodia. This coming June, for MSC 2023, they have worked so hard, remaining in the top for the all throughout Season 11. They have swept the defending champions and are now the current MPL Philippines Season 11 champions. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you for supporting. On behalf of the hardworking staff here for MPL Philippines, the production, Mineski League Ops, maraming salamat sa patuloy niyong suporta sa MPL Philippines. And we'll see you all in MSC 2023. Thank you, everybody, and keep it good vibes.
Pwede na yung Lord para sa side ng Echo habang masastaan Nuts ay mamamatay habang magta-tower lock base. Echo will take game number 1. Play may hila dito is gonna be Yawi para sa side ng RSG ay makakuha ng kill sa again.
Base na! Base
Sino
na!
unang makakasira ng Torre? Pero Minion Wave, we have